Chapter 737. The smell of death became stronger. The underground part of the ruins of the god of death was relatively intact. It seemed that the underground space had been reserved for other purposes when it was first built. Most of the temples of the giant gods were the same. Soren's half-elf temple also had the same layout. The temple above the surface was just the tip of the iceberg. There were 3 larger floors below, each of which was reserved for certain purposes. For example, the interrogation room, the detention room, the prayer room, the confinement room, and so on. Many high-level spies from other forces who came to Mordor to wreak havoc were taken directly to the basement of the temple to be tortured by the Nightwalkers. Nightwalkers. The elite rogue order in the half-elf temple. There were only 16 members in total. All of them were above the high grade and had the ability to advance to the legendary level. They were all fanatics who were blessed by Soren. The gods had their own top force groups in their churches. The god of suffering had the broken monks. The god of mages had the council of mystics. The lady of night had the black moon monks. And the goddess of magic controlled the mysterious fire knights, the star hunters, the sons of Starfeather, and so on. Basically, most of the gods had their own top force groups inside their churches. Soren's foundation as a god was not very strong, so he had only formed a small group of Nightwalkers. This should be the interrogation room. After passing through the side corridor, it suddenly opened up a lot. There was an iron gate dug out nearby, which seemed to have been recently repaired. Soren saw some strange creatures. They were not like creatures on the surface, but more like monsters in the Underdark. There were trolls in the past, but he didn't know what terrible experiments the Lich had done here. Even the trolls, who could regenerate their heads after being cut off, were half dead. There was a trace of demonic breath in the room where the trolls were held. Soren glanced and saw a scarred berserk demon. The Lich was also close to the top undead in the multiverse. It seemed that it had also caught some demons from the bottomless abyss as experimental materials. The power of the berserk demon was amazing. Ordinary iron gates could not contain it at all. So there was an energy seal on the outer layer to imprison the demon. Further ahead was a large row of iron shelves, on which hung all kinds of torture instruments. There were dissected corpses on the table, ranging from humans, dwarves, and gnolls. Some of them were even preserved in huge glass bottles. This place looked similar to the cave Soren had entered for the first time in Amber City. There were even mummies nearby. Moving forward, there was another passageway. This was where the strong chaos mana came from. It seemed like the Lich Soren was looking for was down there. I have an idea. Soren quickly came up with an idea. He quietly retreated to his original position and drew his weapon. Then he saw that the energy seal that imprisoned the berserk demon had been removed. Perhaps because he had been imprisoned and tortured for too long, the berserk demon didn't realize that he was free. A moment later, it hesitantly stretched out its palm and slammed it. Roar. After being tortured for a long time, the berserk demon couldn't get rid of its chaotic nature. It rushed out of the iron gate and broke through it along with the wall. Rumble. A violent muffled sound was heard. The nearby undead guards immediately took action and quickly rushed over. The berserk demon had been imprisoned for so long, and was already burning with anger. It directly crashed into an undead guard, and turned it into a pile of bones on the spot. Demons were naturally very challenging, and their attributes were far superior to other creatures. These undead guardians couldn't stop it at all. At the same time, in the lower level of the ruins, in front of a huge experiment table, the Lich who was conducting some kind of experiment raised its head. The Lich's expression was a little confused. As a high-level undead creature, the Lich had recently repaired its body. It was completely made up of bones, and it attached a layer of flesh to it. Although it was only for decoration and would break in a few years, it was still a piece of flesh. It put down some kind of black crystal in its hand, looked up and murmured, "Did the demon escape? Is there a problem with the demon seal?" A berserk demon was nothing to a Lich of its level, but if it was allowed to go crazy, it could definitely mess up its laboratory. Therefore it had to go up and deal with it now. Because there was still a trace of doubt in its heart, the Lich was very cautious. First, it blessed itself with a spell, and then walked towards the passage on the upper floor. It suspected that someone had sneaked into its lair. Rumble. There was another dull noise, and the figure of the Lich appeared on the upper floor of the laboratory. It didn't find any abnormalities, except for the berserk demon that ran out of nowhere. Bone prison. With a simple undead spell, the bones on the ground immediately flew up automatically and turned into a cage, trapping the berserk demon in place. Dominate demon. Another spell appeared, and the Lich in front of it planned to control it first, and then lock it up again. It still needed to continue the experiment on this berserk demon. But, at this moment, a strange light suddenly appeared, followed by a figure that rushed out from the side of it. Enemy. As a Lich that had just advanced to the level of a demigod, Tripmdrick's reaction speed was also very fast. It almost didn't think about it, and cast one of its most powerful spells. Time Stop. As a high-level Lich that was close to immortality, it would not let down its guard against any enemy. A Lich of its level would usually start with the legendary spell, Time Stop, and many of them were directly triggered spells. High-grade wizards could master Powerful Accident, which could automatically activate spells that they had memorized when certain conditions were met. If he advanced to the legendary realm and mastered special supreme magic skills, he could also master the legendary level Greater Accident spell, which could instantly trigger spells of higher level, and even legendary spells. Tripmdrick's spell trigger condition was when he was attacked by the enemy. The faster his consciousness was, the faster the spell would be triggered. As a Lich with a long lifespan, Tripmdrick's spell ability was far beyond other legendary spellcasters. And this level of supreme magic skill could be said that even Gloria and the Fallen Witch combined couldn't compare to this demigod Lich in front of him. Because as a demigod Lich, he could already include Time Stop in the scope of Greater Accident. Back then, who knew how many legendary adventurer teams had been annihilated by this ability? No surprise. The enemy who was about to sneak attack him was also stopped by Time Stop in an instant. At this time, Tripmdrick slowly began to prepare the next spell. The duration of Time Stop was enough for him to throw out a lot of spells and kill the enemy in front of him. Chapter 738. Time Stop. This incomparably powerful legendary spell was the trump card of top-level wizards. For any ordinary creature, the legendary wizard who had the upper hand was almost guaranteed to win. During the time when Time Stop was in effect, it was enough for a legendary wizard who had mastered casting skills to throw out a large number of spells. For a demigod Lich like Tripmdrick, spells below the fourth circle were almost instantaneous. If he wanted to, he could throw out dozens of spells in one go to blow the enemy into pieces. Soren was frozen in place, at least in the eyes of the demigod Lich in front of him. The legendary wanderer who had overestimated himself and tried to challenge him had somehow found his way into the death god's ruins had been fixed in place by his spell. And this time was enough for him to cast several instant death spells. With the rogue's poor immunity, Tripmdrick didn't believe that the opponent could pass his instant death spell. As a powerful demigod Lich, Tripmdrick's wizard level had reached 26. Even level 30 legendaries would find it difficult to escape from his instant death spells, let alone rogues. However, his long-term caution gave him an extra layer of insurance. He decided to use the spell Banshee's Howl to deal with the enemy in front of him. Legendary rogues were still able to dodge other spells. Soren was acting. After a long period of battle experience, he had finally stepped into the realm of acting, even though he only had a little bit of acting ability in the past. At this moment, not only did he really show the state of being affected by Time Stop, but his face and eyes also showed a lifelike panic. It looked like he really didn't expect to be hit by the demigod Lich's Time Stop spell. At this moment he was in a state of panic. What a joke! As a true god who had mastered the divine title of a half-elf and a rogue, how could Soren be affected by the effect of Time Stop? Most of the demigods could be immune to the effect of Time Stop, let alone him. At this moment, it was all about acting. For a powerful enemy like the demigod Lich, Soren didn't make much of a difference if he attacked first or second, because the opponent had too many spells to trigger. To deal with this kind of enemy, he could only catch them off guard. Banshee's Howl. Soundwave spells were the most difficult to successfully avoid, and Banshee's Howl was one of the most dangerous ones. The demigod lich in front of him obviously wanted to get rid of Soren once and for all, so he directly used his killer spell. However, what he didn't expect was that just when he thought that the legendary rogue in front of him had been frozen by him and could easily cast spells to kill him, a murderous intent suddenly appeared in Soren's eyes, followed by a little golden divine light. Soren's figure suddenly rushed in front of the demigod lich, and then a cold light slashed toward his head. Dang dang dang. The sudden attack forcibly interrupted the demigod lich's spell and caused his own magic to have a crazy backlash. As an advanced berserker and a demigod lich who mastered chaos magic, although Tripmdrick always buffed himself with the spell Chaos Shield, at this moment he felt that he could no longer control his magic. Fortunately, all the protective spells that he had memorized with accident were triggered, and he forcibly opened an energy shield to protect himself. The storm-like attack came, and the energy shield only lasted for less than half a second. In an instant, Tripmdrick realized that his enemy was not an ordinary person at all, because ordinary people couldn't be immune to time stop, let alone break his energy shield so easily. The curved sword made a metallic sound on the demigod lich's body. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Activated Shadow Strike. You've caused 12 damage to the target. You've caused 3 shadow damage to the target. Activated Shadow Strike. You've caused 9 damage to the target. You've caused 3 shadow damage to the target. An unimaginably tough nut to crack. It was mentioned before that liches were high undead creatures, and they had incredible resistance to physical attacks. The demigod lich was even immune to 95% of physical attacks. Soren was now in a state of full power. Not only did he activate all his buffs, even the weapon in his hand was imbued with divine power. Even so, he could only deal around 10 points of damage. It was not hard to imagine that other legendary professions would only deal single-digit damage. The demigod lich's resistance to physical attacks was even higher than most deities. Moreover, the demigod lich's resistance to shadow energy was also very high. Soren's Shadow Strike could deal 18 points of additional damage, but now it only dealt 3 points of shadow damage. It was too horrible to look at. Facing Soren's storm-like attacks, the demigod lich had almost no chance of dodging. His agility and reaction speed couldn't be compared to a rogue like Soren, so he decisively chose the most effective tactic. Teleport away. The demigod lich immediately began to cast a short-distance teleportation spell at a speed that was close to instant casting. As long as there was enough distance, he had more than 100 ways to kill the enemy in front of him. However, the teleportation spell didn't work. Dimensional Lock, Divine Power Conversion. When facing an enemy like the demigod lich, how could Soren be reluctant to use his divine power? When he launched the attack, he had already used his divine power to activate the dimensional lock, directly blocking all teleportation spells within a 20-meter radius. Slaughter Transformation. Facing Soren's storm-like attacks, the demigod lich did not even show any signs of being heavily injured. At this time, Soren could only reveal his trump card and enter the Slaughterer, form that he had not used for a long time. Crackle. Soren's bones cracked. Since he succeeded in becoming a god, the number of times Soren entered the Slaughter form could be counted on one hand. When he entered the Slaughter form, his appearance was completely different from that of a human. He looked like an evil god. The pressure of a god emerged. The demigod lich's face finally changed because at this time, he realized that the enemy he was facing was a true god. However, he had now missed the opportunity. Soren would never give the enemy any chance in battle. Divine Power Shockwave. Since it had already come to this point, Soren simply didn't hold back at all. At the moment when he transformed into the Slaughter form, the surging divine power value directly rushed out like a tide, and turned into a terrible shockwave that hit the demigod lich in front of him. Divine Power Impact. This was holy damage that could ignore any resistance. P.S. From tomorrow onwards, the side story of the Queen of Succubus will be updated on the public account. The initial insertion point is the demon incarnation branch that was forced to be cut because it couldn't write more than holding hands. The side story will be updated one after another outside of the main story to make up for some missing parts of the plot. as well as part of the side story of the Queen of Succubus and the Fallen Witch. You can see it tomorrow on the public account. Chapter 739. The outcome of the battle had been decided. For a saint who was the incarnation of a god, a little chance was enough for Soren to erase any possibility of the enemy turning the tables. He would never give the demigod Lich any chance to escape. Therefore, when the divine power shockwave exploded, Soren launched a second wave of attacks. This time, he activated his epic divine power ability, and every attack he launched was imbued with his own divine power. This was the difference between a true god and a false god. Soren's divine power was able to completely suppress the demigod Lich's power. The power of the law of divinity was able to ignore all immunity tests, and it was able to inflict real damage on the demigod Lich's soul. Ah! The demigod Lich's soul screamed. As a high undead with powerful immunity, the Lich could no longer resist Soren's attack. With the rapid consumption of divine power, its body gradually shattered and collapsed, which meant that the body of the demigod Lich was completely dying. However, this alone wasn't enough. The demigod Lich kept his soul, and a trace of life in his phylactery. Even if he was killed by a powerful enemy, he could still be restored through the phylactery. In this case, he would only be weakened for a short period of time before being revived. The demigod Lich was dead. However, Soren did not receive any slaughter EXP, which meant that the enemy was not completely dead. Slaughter domain. A powerful domain was activated, and Soren's sight passed through the barrier of the spiritual realm. He then slashed at a distorted soul with his curved sword. Killing the body was not enough to kill the demigod Lich. Only by killing the soul could the enemy be completely defeated. No. The demigod Lich's soul was torn apart by Soren's sword. The power of divinity shrouded everything nearby, and the slaughter domain suppressed its soul, completely eliminating any possibility of it escaping. At the same time, as the demigod Lich's soul was killed by Soren, a crack suddenly appeared in an inconspicuous metal floating object in the astral plane, and then it instantly shattered. An intelligent and crazy demigod Lich. It threw its phylactery into the sea of the astral world. If it wasn't for Soren's slaughter domain, who would be able to find its phylactery in the vast astral world and kill it? I'm afraid. The only possibility was that there was a 1 in a billion chance in the astral world that some special situation would destroy this palm-sized phylactery that was extremely sturdy and enchanted with countless spells. Without a domain related to death, even if a deity wanted to kill a Lich, he would have to seal the space and completely destroy the soul. And to do so, one would need at least the strength of a mid-tier god. The Lich was completely dead. At this moment, a series of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Following that, countless soul fragments entered his body, and the divine light was gradually absorbed by Soren. A very small part of it was integrated into the divine artifact machete in his hand. It was not complete yet, but it still had the possibility of further growth. Kill demigod Lich. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 819,000 slaughter EXP. The target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 5 divine points. The target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 2 divine points. The first row of data continued to appear. However, it did not stop there. New data continued to appear below. The target possesses aura of fear. Extracting target's aura of fear. You've gained part of the information of the terror domain. You've mastered a new ability, aura of fear. The target possesses death divinity. Divinity compatibility 81%. Extracting target's remaining death divinity. You've gained part of the information of the terror domain. The real reward was yet to come. Soren could obtain the divinity and divine points provided by the demigod Lich through other channels. However, a legendary level aura and a one-time information notification of the terror domain were not something that could be provided by other enemies. There really is the remaining power of the god of death here. Soren instantly understood many things. He also knew why the demigod Lich stayed here for decades. He must be trying to find a way to integrate the death divinity here. Ordinary creatures could not integrate with the death divinity. Undead creatures had a natural advantage in this aspect. Otherwise, only people like Soren who had mastered the terror domain related to death could do so. Killing itself originated from death. Aura of Fear Deity's domain. You have mastered the power of fear. When activating the terror domain, all nearby enemies must go through a compulsory test of immunity. Otherwise, they will fall into all negative states caused by fear, such as panic, escape, tremble, surrender, and so on. The difficulty of the aura of immunity is determined by your profession level. Divinity can reduce or increase the chances of enemies passing the test of immunity. Aura of Fear. This was a power that many powerful evil gods, demons, and devils could master. Almost every archdemon had the ability of Aura of Fear. They used fear to enslave their servants. Soren's Aura of Fear was obviously more powerful because he had a trace of the divinity of fear. After acquiring this powerful Aura of Fear, Soren's gaze of fear, divinity, seemed to have disappeared. The power of this Aura of Fear had been integrated into the Aura of Fear. The second Aura of Fear. Soren now had the evil aura and the Aura of Fear. Both of them had an area of effect and did not consume any energy. It was similar to the dragon aura of a high-level dragon. The Aura of Fear could only be activated when the saint form was activated. However, the Aura of Fear did not have any requirements. One is the evil aura, and the other is the Aura of Fear. Soren looked at the corpse of the demigod Lich and touched his chin. He murmured, "It seems that I have mastered the two auras of an evil god. I'm going further and further on the path of an evil god." The battle was over. Soren quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He did not have time to identify the things he found on the corpse of the demigod Lich. He then followed the passage to the lower level of the ruins. If he remembered correctly, there was a very powerful Thousand Souls leader here. He had to kill the Thousand Souls leader to completely clean up the ancient ruins. He was also very curious about what the demigod Lich was doing down there. Chapter 740. Soren cleaned up the battlefield quickly. The demigod Lich didn't have a lot of good stuff on him. Only 3 legendary equipment. A tattered robe, a magic staff that increased spellcasting speed, and a somewhat familiar ring. Soren had no use for the first 2, so he could only bring them back to Gloria to see if they could repair them. The reason why the last ring looked familiar was that it looked similar to the Lich ring that Soren had obtained before, but the magic aura on it was stronger. The demigod Lich must have enchanted it with multiple spells. Other than that, there were only a few other things left. However, these weren't the only things that were valuable to Soren. He quickly entered the underground ruins and found himself in a huge laboratory. There were all kinds of glass bottles that contained many biological organs that would make one's scalp tingle. On the left was a large alchemy table, and on the right was a huge bookshelf. There were no signs of enemies, and the head of 1,000 souls didn't seem to be down there. It might be somewhere else in the underground ruins. Since he was already here, Soren naturally had to take the valuable things away. He only took a look at the table and lost interest. He only took a few valuable materials such as mithril, and mithril. Damn. The demigod Lich must have gone to the Underdark to rob, because Soren found a fist-sized mithril on his table. This was half a year's worth of mithril in the Underdark. There were many other things such as adamantine, gems, and dragon blood. Soren stuffed them all into his storage space. He would bring them back and let Gloria sort them out. Then it was a mess of organs. Soren looked around and felt a little disgusted, so he only took a glass bottle that seemed to contain the Elder's Eye, legendary beholder. The most important thing was at the bookshelf. The demigod Lich wouldn't collect too many treasures. To him, power and knowledge were the most important things. Soren found a lot of spellbooks. There was even a spellbook that made Soren tremble a few times. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Legendary book. This was a spellbook that recorded several legendary spells. Whoosh! Soren quickly turned a page. He glanced at the table of contents and saw the spell label. Time stop. Banshee's howl. Wish. Greater accident. Sword of destruction. Xenomorph. There were a total of 6 legendary spells in this book, which were all top-level spells that couldn't be mastered through conventional means in the current material plane. Some of them were not seen by Gloria, and some of them were not even the demigod Lich. Which meant that he couldn't master these legendary spells. Have the ability to use right now. These legendary spells have spells, Lich. Time stop. Soren was very happy. He murmured. If I bring it back, Gloria can also learn this legendary spell, right? Speaking of time stop, Soren remembered a joke. There was an adventurer who said that if he could master time stop, the beautiful girls on the street wouldn't even know how they got pregnant. As soon as he finished speaking, his adventurer companion next to him looked at him with a strange, mournful look. The guy didn't seem to react. At this time, a witch in the team whispered, "Time stop lasts at most 30 seconds. Pata." When Soren picked up the legendary book, a book with a rather delicate cover fell next to it. Soren raised his hand, and the book fell into his palm. After flipping it open and glancing at it, his face suddenly changed again. He even looked a little ecstatic and murmured, "The Book of Arcana?" This wasn't a magic book. It was written in a row of characters from the Arcane Empire. It was more like a profound thesis. If one could understand it, they would be able to master some special supreme magic skills. How to memorize legendary spells with greater accident. How to chain memory with accident. How to control the trigger conditions of accident. There were only 3 titles on the book, each with a chapter and a prologue. This wasn't a magic book, but the personal notes of a grand arcanist. Why were the spellcasters of the Arcane Empire so powerful? A large part of this was because they had mastered some special supreme magical techniques. The arcanists were also far more proficient in the application of unexpected spells than anyone could imagine in this era. Chain accident. This was one of the supreme magic skills of the arcanists. They would set special conditions to trigger the chain accident, which would eventually form a chain reaction. When encountering a powerful enemy, all the preparation work would be completed in an instant. In short, one would automatically cast a large number of protective spells when encountering an enemy, while the other would need to slowly cast spells after discovering the enemy. That was the difference. The value of the arcane book in front of him might be more amazing than the legendary book. Of course, this was for the legendary spellcasters. Anything else? After discovering so many valuable things in a row, Soren simply turned the entire bookshelf upside down. Who knew how much precious knowledge this lich had collected in his long life? Soren simply took it all away after reading the last few pages. In the future, Mordor would definitely need to build a large library, and these books would be used to fill the library. After going through it so carefully, Soren really found some good things. There were a little too many necromancy books, but he didn't want to release them because many of them were too evil. But there were also some very special spells. Soren actually found the long-lost Bigby chain palms in the demigod Lich's library. It was not the famous Bigby 5 consecutive palms mentioned before, but an earlier version of a low-level spell. The lowest level of Bigby 5 consecutive palms was Bigby Palms, which was a level 5 spell, and the mastery requirement was still very high. What Soren found was another set of low-level palms for battle mages. They were Bigby's Assistance Palm, level 1 spell, Bigby's Tripping Palm, level 1 spell, Bigby's Assault Fist, level 2 spell, Bigby's Guardian Palm, level 2 spell, and Bigby's Interference Palm, level 3 spell. Unbelievable. Even Soren didn't expect that the demigod Lich would have such a long-lost spell book. Why were there no battle mages now? It was because these low-level battle spells had all been lost. The entry level for battle mages was Bigby Palms of Protection. If you could use level 5 spells, why would you still want to be a battle mage? First become a level 5 mage, then advance to a battle mage, and learn close-range casting skills from the beginning. It was too stupid. P.S. The first chapter of the extra volume will be updated on the public account today. The plot starts from the disappearance of the succubus queen. It will be updated around 8 or 9 o'clock. The extra volume is about 100,000 to 150,000 words. Chapter 741. Mordor City, Port Area. A melodious bell suddenly came from the lighthouse, and then the bell gradually became faster. Then someone ran over from the dock and said excitedly, "Fish! Fish migration!" This year's fish migration has begun. It's less than 50 kilometers away from Mordor City. This sound seemed to ignite the entire port area. Immediately, many people rushed over from all directions. After a few questions, a person dressed as a captain immediately shouted, "Call for help! Hurry up and get those drunkards out of the tavern for me. Prepare a big net. Gather people. I'm going to the sea temple now. We're going out to sea right away." The port area suddenly became lively. Even the city hall of Mordor City was busy. Many officials came to the port area. Even the navy stationed in Mordor City was mobilized. Battleships were replaced with giant nets, and then they began to gather sailors to go out to sea. Fish migration. This was one of the most spectacular scenes in Mordor City. It was also a harvest feast for coastal cities like Mordor City. The scale of overseas fish migration was simply incredible. Basically, it had reached the point where a fishing net could be thrown down, and it would be too full to be dragged. In the face of the arrival of the fish migration, the sea temple moved very quickly. The priest in charge of the temple immediately realized that this was an opportunity to expand their faith. The Naga sirens rarely appeared in front of the mortals, and temporarily built a small altar in the dock area. The sea goddess blessed the city and promised that there would be a good harvest for 3 years, so this time the scale of the fish migration was even larger. This even alarmed Gloria, who had just finished an experiment. With the skyrocketing population of Mordor City, the food rationing was naturally a little tight. Now was the spring planting season, which was a time of shortage. The price of food on the mainland soared. Although Mordor City had stocked up a lot of food, it was not suitable to buy from other places. "Fly!" Gloria waved her hand, signaling the officials who came to report to leave and let them handle this matter. Then, she flew into the air and flew towards the sea. The outer islands were dangerous. Even something like the migration of fishes required some powerhouses to oversee it. This was because a school of fish represented an abundance of food. This food was very likely to attract the deep-sea beasts to feast on it. This was a feast to be shared. If they were careless and provoked, these deep-sea beasts might attack the fleet. Ships set sail one after another. The navy of Mordor City was also moving quickly, while a group of officials in the city hall were biting their pens and thinking about how to formulate taxes. The rich catch was a blessing from the goddess of the ocean. This was a gift unique to the city of Mordor. It was certain that the fishing boats that went out to sea this time had a big harvest, but these harvests could not be given to those people. They had to pay the corresponding taxes. There had to be a certain level of taxation, or else it would cause dissatisfaction among the lower class. This was a test of their ability. Soren's philosophy was not to collect more taxes, but to exploit and oppress. There had to be some leftovers for the lower class. They had to come up with a tax plan that others could accept. The boundless sea. Gloria's figure quickly flew into the depths of the sea. Behind her were thousands of ships. Even some small boats were going out to sea, ready to make a fortune. Farther away, even the sky was covered with silver-white scales. These scales stretched for more than 10 kilometers. At this moment, they were gradually approaching the port of Mordor. This was not the length of the school of fish. What Gloria saw was only the width of the school of fish. When she flew higher, she immediately saw the endless silver-white scales spreading on the sea. Countless fish leaped out of the sea, reflecting brilliant light under the sun. This was a scene filled with shock and magnificence. Even Gloria could not help but be shocked. She had never seen such a spectacular scene. Waves were flying. Outside the school of fish were groups of sharks. They swam around endlessly. They could easily catch prey with a casual attack. These sharks would migrate with the school of fish. When this huge school of fish dispersed, they would stop this feast. Huge tentacles appeared in the sea on the right side. Giant octopuses lurked at the bottom of the sea and devoured fish crazily. This was the most relaxing time of the year for them. They could eat until they couldn't eat anymore. There are at least 5 deep-sea giant beasts. Gloria glanced around, and her expression gradually became serious. The deep-sea giant beasts would not move with the school of fish. They would ambush and eat where the school of fish passed by. As long as they were careful to avoid them, the sharks would not threaten the fleet of Mordor. Closer, closer and closer. When the fleet saw the first batch of approaching fish, many sailors could not help but open their mouths in surprise. This was only the front part. On both sides of the ship, there were schools of fish swimming. From time to time, there were fish leaping out of the water. Nearby were dolphins that were eating their fill. They carefully distanced themselves from the ship. Farther away, some tiger sharks appeared. The lookout took a look with a monocular and shouted, "Shark man! There are traces of shark men over there." The captain also looked at it, and then his expression gradually calmed down and said, "Don't panic. They are also here to hunt fish. These guys drive some prey from the school of fish to their territory every year." Hundreds of tiger sharks emerged from the sea. The sharkmen cautiously kept a sufficient distance from the city of Mordor, and then avoided the deep-sea giant beasts. They used the unique way of their race to separate apart from the left side of the school of fish, and then drove the school of fish away under the leadership of the priest. They used a special sound wave to guide the school of fish, and directly took away tens of millions of fish. This kind of thing will continue to happen on the way of the migration of fish. Sharkman, dark-scaled naga, tidal fishmen, Amazon warriors, and so on. Every race near the overseas area will enjoy a feast during the migration of fish. Cast the net. Cast the net. Idiot. Wait a minute. The silver-scaled fish behind are more valuable. Wait for their school to come over and cast the net. Angry roars rose one after another. Large nets were cast one after another, and the hold of the ship was almost emptied. Some small fishing boats had only cast the net 3 times, and they were completely full. They could only rush to the port, planning to unload the fish and come back a few more times. There were too many fish. Some of the half-grown boys could reach into the water and catch a stingray that weighed 3 to 5 pounds. It stretched for hundreds of miles. No one knew if it was because of the blessing of the sea goddess, but this year's fish migration could be said to be spectacular to the epic level. A net that was cast down would catch over 100 caddies of fish. In less than half an hour, many ships were completely unable to carry the fish. In the end, a large number of ships began to frantically return. The port area had already been cleared and a large amount of space had been opened up. The first ships to return directly used wooden buckets to carry the fish, and threw them at the dock. The clerks of the port of Mordor were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They took pens and recorded quickly. Now there was no time to count what fish they had caught, so they could only carry it in piles. Suddenly, a clerk looked up at the sky over the city of Mordor, and then he opened his mouth wide with a shocked expression. He didn't even notice that the quill pen fell to the ground. A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. A shadow dragon that had just reached adulthood rose into the air from somewhere in Motor City. Then it flapped its huge dragon wings and flew high. The dragon's roar was mixed with a cheerful aura. It rushed towards the fish in the distance like crazy. It dived directly into the bottom of the sea, and then rushed out from the bottom of the sea. A gust of wind whistled. The figures of the Quetzalcoatlus also rose into the air. This was a feast for everyone. The Dragon Knights of Mordor City also released their mounts to let them have a good meal. Chapter 742. The harvest ceremony was still going on. In less than half a day, the port of Mordor City was full. All the oak barrels that could be collected had been used up, and they could only be piled up in the open space of the dock. The officials of Mordor City now had a headache about how to preserve these catches. In the end, they had no choice but to ask the priests and wizards of the temple to set up a magic circle to preserve them at a relatively low temperature. Later, there was no other way. They could only let the catch pile up and send people to mobilize salt to get a batch of salted fish first. There was a fishy smell over the entire port of Mordor. Now everyone could only endure the pain and happiness. After all, such a harvest opportunity only came once or twice a year. The Sea Temple was the big winner of this fish migration. For a long time, the Sea Temple had been suppressed by the Temple of Wealth in the competition of Port Mordor, because their opponents were really much richer than them. But today, the situation was really reversed. The number of people sacrificed in the Sea Temple had skyrocketed. Many people ran to donate and pray to thank the sea goddess for her gift. Now thinking about the pale face of Priest Jean, the Naga Siren priest who was in charge of the Sea Temple, couldn't help laughing out loud. She was now ambitious. She was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to completely suppress the Temple of Wealth. Everything was still busy. However, after the huge school of fish passed about 10 kilometers outside the port of Mordor, it began to quietly change a little. The school of fish began to diverge. This time, the fish migration was not the same as in previous years. Most of the fish migrating in previous years were of a single species, and there would not be too many species of fish occasionally showing signs of convergence. But this time, there were almost all kinds of fish. It seemed that all the fish that would migrate during this period of time had passed through the city of Mordor. But, after passing through the city of Mordor, these fish began to change. The fish at the front were divided into 3 groups. One group continued to migrate in the direction of the Amazon rainforest, another group moved towards the southern sea, and the last group continued to migrate in a straight line. All this seemed to be controlled by a great force, forcing them to pass by the city of Mordor. Then these fish migrated according to their original route. Desert of Death, underground ruins. What happened in Mordor City was not enough for Gloria to send a magic message. What he was busy with now was to plunder the treasures of the demigod Lich. All the books had to be taken away. Take away all the valuable experimental tools, but leave behind the strange organs used for undead experiments. These things were too disgusting. It took Soren more than an hour to finish cleaning up. By then more than half of the laboratory was empty. Where is the head of 1,000 souls? Soren stood in front of the experiment table and frowned. He muttered, "Is this thing not nearby?" Under normal circumstances, a legendary monster that was formed from a large number of twisted souls had a trace of divinity, and Soren would never complain about having too much divinity. Finding and killing the head of 1,000 souls was a very meaningful task. After Soren made sure that there was no head of 1,000 souls here, he decided to return to the next floor. In front of him was a strange soul boiler. Soren thought for a moment, and used his divine power to seal the soul within. Then he brought a sample back. This thing was often used by the evil gods to extract souls, and then make powerful servants. He could take it back and study it a little. Many gods of death who were not strong enough would use this kind of boiler to extract excellent souls, and finally turn these souls into their own servants, because there were not enough powerful professionals in the church that served them. It was basically impossible for the gods of death to do everything by themselves. In the eyes of mortals, those who held huge scythes were the servants of death. Soren walked around the underground ruins, and cleaned up a few skeletal undead along the way. Finally, he found a clue in a dark tunnel because he could faintly hear the mournful wailing of souls. It should be here. Soren carefully cast a spell on himself, and then went into stealth. It was an empty hall. There were piles of bones in front of him, and there was a huge furnace in front of him. Or rather, it was a fireplace. There was no fuel in it, and there was only a pile of bones under it. Blue flames danced in it, and he could faintly hear the wails of countless undead. There was a large ceiling circle around the wall, and a 9-pointed star circle on the ground. These should have been left by the demigod Lich. Soul furnace. Soren took a look and determined what the thing in front of him was. This should be the legendary soul furnace. The head of 1,000 souls was inside. Soren could feel a strong undead aura. The demigod Lich had sealed the soul furnace in some way, and then constantly extracted the divine energy in it. This power may have come from the head of 1,000 souls, or it may have come from the soul furnace itself. I must break the seal first. Soren slashed the wall with his sword. As the ceiling circle was destroyed by the divine power, an ear-piercing scream sounded in an instant. Black gas filled the air. Countless ghostly flames ignited on the bones around and finally gathered in front of the soul furnace, turning into a twisted mass of countless undead with a vague humanoid outline. Head of 1,000 souls. When the head of 1,000 souls gathered, a row of data appeared crazily. Affected by fear aura. Test of will passed. You are immune to the negative effects of this aura. Affected by chaotic aura. Test of immunity failed. Within the range of this aura, all your tests of immunity are reduced by 2 points. Head of 1,000 souls. As the name suggested, it was a monster formed by more than 1,000 souls. This kind of thing often had an extremely chaotic will. Even if there was a strong consciousness leading the body, it would also be affected by other souls. 2 aura realms. Soren's expression was a lot more dignified. In an instant he activated his shadow realm and slaughter realm, and then mobilized his divine power points to slash at it. Divine power points must not be saved. Soren had planned to temporarily use up all his divine power points, because the head of 1,000 souls was a creature between incorporeal and corporeal. In the face of any physical attack, there was a 50% chance of phase evasion. Any physical attack only had a 50% chance of hitting it. But this was not the most disgusting thing. What was more disgusting was that the head of 1,000 souls, as a collection of high-level wraiths, had extremely high resistance and immunity to any magic attack. It belonged to the kind of monster that had a very rare foundation of double resistance. Against this kind of monster, both physical attacks and magic attacks were not very effective. Only the power of a deity could cause real damage. Chapter 743. Sizzle. 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 The moment Soren and the head of 1,000 souls clashed, something unprecedented happened. Time had to stop here. First of all, after encountering the head of 1,000 souls, Soren first slashed at it, but because of the particularity of the head of 1,000 souls, its body directly transformed from a solid to a virtual body, and then it dodged. Then Soren realized that this monster could not be defeated easily with normal physical attacks. This was because when he activated the slaughter domain, he added some divine power to his weapon, and used it to attack the enemy. This time, the head of 1,000 souls could not dodge the attack with its half-spirit body. It screamed in pain as it was struck by Soren's sword. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Soren's sword landed on the head of 1,000 souls' body. While dealing damage to the enemy, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Target hit. You've dealt 36, plus 24 divine power, / damage to the target. Extracting soul energy from the target. You've received 3,600 slaughter EXP. Target hit. You've dealt 39, plus 24 divine power, / damage to the target. Extracting soul energy from the target. You've received 3,900 slaughter EXP. It was very strange. This was the first time Soren gained slaughter EXP by attacking without killing the enemy. Every time he struck, he would tear a part of the head of 1,000 souls' soul. This was because it was originally a monster formed from thousands of twisted souls. Soren's current situation was that he had not killed it yet, but every time he attacked it, he would gain some slaughter EXP, and then the death aura of the enemy would weaken a little. After slashing the target more than 10 times in a row, the aura of the 1,000 souls chieftain was not only getting weaker and weaker, but Soren also directly gained more than 30,000 slaughter EXP. What's going on? At this moment, even Soren himself did not understand. He thought to himself, is it because of the information I just received from the death domain? Domain ability. Although he hadn't fully grasped the power of the domain of death, some powerful domains could also increase his strength after obtaining the information once, resulting in some inconspicuous effects. This should be related to the information in the death domain, or maybe it was related to the slaughter domain. The battle was still going on. This unexpected discovery was not enough to make Soren panic. After activating his own ability, Soren relied on the powerful crushing power of the gods to not give the 1,000 souls chieftain any chance. He planned to use his divine power to get rid of this dangerous enemy. The head of 1,000 souls aura became stronger. When Soren's final slash, the 1,000 souls' body of 1,000 souls wailed suddenly, and many souls rushed out of the head's body of 1,000 souls twisted body. S souls is after soul's body. S soul of 1,000 souls. Then, A's. Heads. Head. C. A list. A. Head killed head. Head of 1,000 souls was killed. Extracting target soul energy. You've received 75,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 4 divine points. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 2 divine points. The head of 1,000 souls / did not give much slaughter EXP. Maybe it had already absorbed part of the souls. However, the notifications didn't stop there. New notifications continued to appear below. Target has Spirit of Fear. Extracting target's Spirit of Fear. You've received part of the information in the Fear domain. Your new ability Spirit of Fear has been improved. Ability Breakthrough. You've mastered a new domain Fear. Target has Divine Power of Death. Divine Power Compatibility 86%. Extracting target's remaining Divine Power of Death. You've received part of the information in the Death domain. Discovered Divine Power of Death. Divine Power Compatibility 89%. Extracting Divine Power of Death from the Soul Furnace. You've received part of the information in the Death domain. Ability Breakthrough. You've mastered a new domain Death. Divine Power Awakened. Because you've mastered the Death domain, you've automatically mastered the Divine Power, Hand of Death. A series of densely packed notifications appeared. Soren's improvement from the head of 1,000 souls was much greater than the demigod Lich. He had absorbed part of the divine power of the Son of Fear. It could even be said that the Son of Fear was his first stepping stone. Now, from the demigod Lich and the head of 1,000 souls, these 2 monsters with Spirit of Fear, Soren had obtained the information in the Fear domain twice. Therefore, he directly mastered a new domain ability, Fear. Of course, this was not a big deal. What was more amazing was the information in the Death domain from the demigod Lich, and the other 2 from the head of 1,000 souls and the Soul Furnace. These 3 information notifications directly fulfilled the prerequisite to master the Death domain. Although it was only a basic mastery, for a god like Soren, it was enough to extend his Death domain with a type of divine power. Hand of Death. In simple words, this was a weakened version of the Life and Death domain. It could wipe out any mortal with strength below the legendary level. Any mortal. No matter if it was an elf, dwarf, human, demon, devil, or any other life form, as long as their strength did not exceed the legendary level, as long as they were still mortal, Soren could directly wipe out their lives. There was no immunity test. There was no need to trigger any immunity test. Even if the target's vitality was as tenacious as a giant dragon, Soren could wipe them out with just a thought. This was the terrifying part of the Death domain. Of course, these were some of the most basic abilities. The domain was only the starting point of mastering the divine power. Soren's understanding of the Death domain was probably not as good as the weakest Death servant. This was because many Death servants also had the Death domain. The domain was only an extension of the legendary level. There was still a big gap between it and the real divine power. Chapter 744. With the death of the head of 1,000 souls, the energy on the Soul Furnace became mixed. The remaining energy was not needed by Soren. Because there were too many souls, his consciousness was too messy. This was an extremely impure energy. Perhaps it was very attractive to the demons of the chaotic camp, but to Soren, it was almost like poison. The divine energy had been completely devoured by him. The slaughter domain was so thirsty for the power of the gods that there was almost no possibility of leaving any behind. The ghostly flames that were burning around gradually extinguished. As the last bit of power left by the gods was absorbed by Soren, this place was really abandoned. An inconspicuous statue appeared in front of him. Soren glanced at it and confirmed its identity. This was indeed the temple of the King of Bones. Of course, if it was according to the old name, it should be one of the 3 gods of death, the former, King of the Dead, Weep Devil. The 3 gods of death were the god of murder, Baal, the King of the Dead, Weep Devil, and the god of strife, Banon. This was their name when they were still alive. After their death, their clergy was taken over by others, and their names became the god of slaughter, the King of Bones, and the god of tyranny. This was mainly to distinguish the new gods who took over their clergy later. For example, the King of the Dead, Clemvox, and the god of murder who was sealed and had gone crazy. A long time ago, there were 3 incomparably powerful humans. They were Bar, Devil Weep, and Ban In. These three humans had challenged countless experts and climbed out of the gates of hell time and time again. They had even killed one of the 7 lost ancient gods, and each of them obtained a portion of the divine power. Finally, these mortals attracted the attention of a very powerful existence. It was the god of death, Jurgal, who was most likely to have the greater divine power. This ancient god of death was tired of his position. He divided his divine power into 3 parts and gave it to the 3 mortals who found him at that time, which later became the 3 gods of death, the most powerful axis of the gods of the evil camp. It was impossible to estimate how powerful the god of death, Jurgal, was because he was affected by the Avatar crisis. He was a little beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. He divided his priesthood and divine power into 3 parts, directly creating 3 incomparably powerful evil gods. Then, Jurgal retained his own divinity and helped the 3 gods of death to adapt to their own divinity and divine power. Later on, he even assisted the current king of the dead, Clemvox. Even if death god Jurgal wasn't a greater divine power, Soren guessed that he wasn't far from it. Right now, the 3 gods of death had fallen one after another, and Jurgal seemed to have retired for some time. After all, the king of the dead had gradually grasped his own divinity and work. However, the power he left behind did not disappear. The core power of massacre was still in the sealed body of the murder god, and the power of death was controlled by the king of the dead. Although the Dread Lord had died, most of his power was still in the dread throne of the bottomless abyss. Interesting. The 2 previous Avatar crises, as the core that stirred the multiverse, were both related to the powerful forces left behind by death god Jurgal. His power was enough to create 3 great divine power gods. Death god Jurgal. There were very few legends about him, but many adventurers believed in a conspiracy theory that the Grim Reaper had given up his power not because he was tired of it, but because he was guarding against an even more terrifying existence. For example, another greater divine power god. There were very few ancient gods among the existing gods. Even Mother Earth and Father Oak were gods that were born in the material plane. In other words, there were only ancient gods of their level in the material plane. Before that, there were more ancient gods in the multiverse. There were still many empty places in the pantheon, such as the gods who created the material plane, the gods who fought against the first generation of demons, and the gods who created the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Note: creating a plane is the standard to measure a greater divine power. The multiverse was huge. Wandering in the astral world was too time-consuming for the gods, and there were many mysteries that even the gods were exploring. The 3 gods of death. Soren silently looked at the statue in front of him. To be honest, his relationship with the 3 gods of death was too deep, and it could even be said that they were tied together. He definitely inherited a trace of the bloodline of the god of massacre. And Vivian was the child of the Dread Lord. Now Soren gathered the domains of massacre, death, and fear. These 3 powers were the core domains of the 3 gods of death. Because of Vivian, Soren and the Dread Lord were irreconcilable enemies. Because of the bloodline of massacre, Soren and the god of massacre could not get along well. Now, among the successors of the 3 gods of death, only the king of the dead, who was relatively easy to get along with, had no hostile relationship with Soren for the time being. However, if he knew that Soren had close contact with the goddess of magic, his attitude would not be so good. Death, massacre, fear. Soren seemed to see the road ahead, and the key to how to completely defeat the Dread Lord. He might even end the Avatar crisis, or at least greatly reduce the damage caused by the Avatar crisis. The Avatar crisis broke out. The power of the 3 gods of death would fall to the mortal world. The king of the dead fell in the middle of the Avatar crisis. Although the Dread Lord died, the throne of fear left in the bottomless abyss would not move. The time when the god of murder fell to the mortal world was uncertain, but it would not be much later than the other gods. As a result, Soren really had the opportunity to combine the 3 gods of death into one. Of course, it was impossible to do this with his own strength. It could even be said that there was not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Soren needed more allies, more help, and more trump cards. He He might need a divine system as a backing to be able to fight against those powerful opponents who had mastered the three gods of death. Massacre, death, fear, evil rule, pirates, shadow, plants. Soren silently looked at the realms he had mastered now. Except for the pirate realm and the plant realm, which were not very useful at the moment, all the other realms complemented each other. This was the foundation of his future promotion to a great divine power. But even if he was promoted to a great divine power, he would only have the same power as his opponent. Soren had to rely on the power of other great divine powers to defeat his opponent. He needed allies. At least strong allies with mid-level divine powers. Their relationship must be better than the current goddess of sea and the goddess of wealth, because these two goddesses could not help Soren against other gods at the moment. The goddess of magic may be able to help, but the premise was that she could survive this crisis of death. Chapter 745. The battle was basically over. Soren had obtained more than 1,300,000 slaughter EXP from this exploration of the ruins. Together with the slaughter EXP he had accumulated before, he now had a total of 1,600,000 slaughter EXP. There was nothing to think about. Soren's priority was still to level up as an arcanist, because he had to reach level 17 as soon as possible. This way, he could use the power of the goddess of magic to resolve the conflict between arcanists and wizards. Once he reached level 17, he would be able to master the first level 9 spell slot. Since the destruction of the Arcane Empire, the boundary between level 9 spells and legendary spells had been blurred a lot. Although many spells were only level 9 spells, according to the standards of the material plane, they were called legendary spells. Soren was blessed by the goddess of magic, so after reaching level 17, he could use not only one level 9 spell slot, but two. This was a huge improvement. Naturally, Soren had one more level 9 spell slot than others. The total number of spell slots that Soren had surpassed many wizards who were level 20 and above. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Arcanist profession increased to level 6. Receive 34, INT 26 plus, INT 26 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 12, profession HP 4 plus, con 26 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Received 1 free attribute point. One more level. Soren silently looked at his attribute page. He still had 500,000 slaughter EXP left, but he needed 1,300,000 slaughter EXP to level up. Now that he was about to enter the ranks of advanced legendary professions, he would need more and more slaughter EXP in the future. If he wanted to fight against a greater god, he would need to reach level 35 and above. This was a huge amount of slaughter EXP. Conservatively speaking, he would need more than 30 million slaughter EXP. I'll be able to master level 9 spells soon. For a wizard, level 9 spells were a watershed. After mastering level 9 spells, one's combat power would be greatly increased. Moreover, level 9 spells such as Banshee's Howl and Meteor Burst could greatly make up for Soren's lack of AoE damage. Otherwise, if he were to rely on himself to kill his enemies one by one, he would be at a disadvantage if he were to encounter a large number of monsters, such as a sea of insects. Divine power points could be used for AoE attacks, but it wasn't easy to accumulate them. The priests who believed in Soren could not reduce the divine spells bestowed upon them, and the power of the kingdom of God could not be mobilized. Soren had to be very careful when it came to divine power. Furthermore, if it wasn't for his divine power points, Soren wouldn't have been able to win this battle so easily. Only those with divine power points could be considered gods. Without divine power, a god in the form of a saint would only be a slightly more powerful legendary figure. There was no need to think about the free attribute points. Soren directly allocated it to his dexterity. Now that his dexterity had reached an astonishing 35 points, if he could increase it to 40 points, his highest attribute would be enough to be on par with many mid-level divine power gods. As for increasing it to more than 45 points, it was impossible for him to think about it for the time being, because only greater divine power gods would have a main attribute as high as 45 points. Moreover, most of these gods relied on the power of divinity and the power of divinity. My divinity is now 85 points. My divinity is now 35 points. My divinity is close to mid-level divinity. But my divinity is now completely insufficient. There are many creatures with divinity, but there are still too few with divinity. I'm afraid that in the future, I'll have to kill gods to increase my divinity. How do those gods who have been sealed as gods for a long time increase their divinity? Soren's divinity was seriously insufficient. He didn't know if other gods were like this, but their divinity was far higher than their divinity. The chances of obtaining divinity in battle were relatively high, but the chances of obtaining divinity were very low. Usually, only special enemies could obtain divinity. The other gods had been sealed as gods for a long time, and with the help of time and the power of divinity, they had slowly made up for the shortcoming of divinity. However, Soren had only been sealed as a god for a short period of time, and now his divinity was almost twice as high as his divinity. With the death of the demigod Lich, the underground ruins were completely out of control. The skeletons that were under his control had now become wild monsters, and basically, they would take the initiative to attack any living thing they saw. Since Soren was already here, he planned to harvest these skeletons, which would at least give him tens of thousands of slaughter EXP. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He felt that after killing these skeletons, the slaughter EXP he obtained had increased by about 10% compared to when he first started. This increase wasn't very obvious. However, according to Soren's own calculations and his long-term experience, the slaughter EXP he obtained from killing skeletons had indeed increased, and the increase should be between 5% and 10%. Could it be because of the death domain? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and murmured, according to past inferences, as long as it's related to the soul, the slaughter EXP obtained can be increased. This is equivalent to increasing the ratio of absorbing soul energy, and it's said that under certain circumstances, the slaughter EXP obtained can be increased by an additional 20%. Without a doubt, the slaughter EXP obtained had indeed increased. Perhaps it would only increase by a few hundred points each time, but a little makes a mickle, and it shouldn't be underestimated. Soon, the monsters in the underground ruins were almost all cleared out by Soren. After killing all the skeletons, Soren did a little calculation, and was surprised to find that he had obtained about 100,000 slaughter EXP. If he had the chance to farm some more, it wouldn't take long for him to be able to learn a level 9 spell. Basically, there were no more monsters. Soren walked around the underground ruins, and finally confirmed that he had killed all the monsters. Then he collected a little bit of gold and silver, and planned to leave the ruins of the God of Death. There were many ruins in the Eastern Kingdom. Although it was very dangerous, and some of them could even kill the gods, there were still many that could make Soren challenge them. He was going to go back and take a rest. Then he would make his presence known to the girl named Alice. It would be best if he could gain some favorability and find a way to trick her back to Motor City. Then Gloria would get the core knowledge about the Arcane Empire from her. He couldn't give up the Golem Legion. During the Arcane Empire, the mortals could challenge the gods because of the huge Golem Legion. Its scale could even be compared to the petitioners in the Kingdom of God. The Great Arcanists could challenge the Kingdom of God during the Avatar Crisis, because of the huge energy of the elemental fusion in the floating city and the large-scale Golem Legion. It was precisely because the energy of the floating city was comparable to a small kingdom of God that the gods were very afraid of the Great Arcanists. Chapter 746. Soren quickly returned to the town. What made him feel a little regretful was that the girl named Alice, who he wanted to make her presence known, seemed to have left this place. This girl's status was very high. She probably only stayed in this place and wouldn't stay here on a regular basis. Moreover, this was just a very ordinary town. For a legendary level golem master, it wasn't very attractive. However, surprisingly, Soren managed to get some interesting information from the tavern dancer. It seemed that a divine artifact had appeared in the Eastern Kingdom. The flail. A legendary flail that was rumored to have the power to easily destroy other legendary level weapons. Currently, the entire Eastern Kingdom was in turmoil. Many forces were looking for and fighting for this divine artifact. However, no one knew where the divine artifact was. The only thing that could be confirmed was that a very powerful divine artifact had appeared. The flail. Soren couldn't help but be startled when he heard the news. This was because there were very few divine artifacts like the flail. The first thing that came to his mind was the broken part of the divine artifact that he had. Could it be the flail of time? The more Soren thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This was because the flail of time was one of the most powerful divine artifacts in the material plane. It was also famous for its high armor penetration. It had a shocking destructive effect on any equipment below the divine artifact level. It was because the flail of time was too powerful that it was taken apart again and scattered all over the world. It wasn't strange for the flail of time to appear in the Eastern Kingdom. This was because the Eastern Kingdom used to be the core of the civilization. It can't really be the flail of time, right? Do you want to fight for it yourself? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The flail of time wasn't any weaker than the Holy Avenger. However, this weapon wasn't very suitable for Soren. Although he could use the flail of time with the help of omnipotent hands, it wasn't a suitable weapon for him. However, the flail of time was too powerful. It would be a pity to just give it up. Moreover, Soren already had a part of it. As long as the 3 parts of the flail of time were gathered, its combat power would surpass most ordinary divine artifacts. One shackled head was an elemental attack. Once the 3 parts of the chains of time were gathered, they would be able to attack with 3 different elements at the same time. Even a god couldn't defend against all of them. This godly item was famous for its amazing ability to break through defenses. If the attributes of all 5 heads were gathered, then the final age flail would be able to attack the enemy with 5 different attributes at the same time. Even against a legendary profession, the damage would be close to crushing. Soren had the tracking divinity. In theory, as long as he found traces related to the flail of time, he would be able to use the power of his priesthood to locate his target. During the Avatar crisis, divine artifacts were born one after another. If Soren had 2 shackled heads in his possession, he would only need to find 1 more to obtain a divine artifact of at least tier 3. This was a divine artifact. Even if it wasn't suitable for him, it would be a pity to give it up. She seemed to be unwilling to give up. After giving it some thought, Soren decided to pay attention to this matter first. The temporal flail was shockingly powerful, and it was the only divine weapon he had ever seen that was comparable to the Holy Avenger. If possible, it was better to think of a way to snatch it. Since Alice had left this place, Soren didn't need to stay here any longer. He could travel around the Eastern Kingdom to see if he could find any valuable relics that weren't life-threatening. At the same time, he also needed to pay attention to the news about the temporal flail. With so many people fighting for this divine artifact, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Since there was still time, Soren also identified the ring on the demigod Lich's body. It was very surprising. It was also a divine artifact, but it was only the lowest tier 1 divine artifact. Item type: Gus ring +1 item grade. Tier 1 divine artifact. Item description: this is a ring made by a famous demigod lich. Later on, it was enchanted by other liches. It is engraved with an extremely complex magic array. It can make the user immune to all poisons and diseases. At the same time, it can make the user immune to most charm spells and mind control spells. A special alchemy technique was used on this ring. It could strengthen the spellcaster's ability and increase their casting speed by 1 second when casting any spell. Requirements: none. Equipment effect: 1. Poison immunity. This ring has a special power. It can make the wearer immune to any poison attack. No matter if it's an alchemy poison, a natural poison, or a poison attack caused by magic, the wearer will be completely immune to the damage caused by them, as well as other negative statuses such as paralysis, rigidity, and so on. Equipment effect: 2. Disease immunity. This ring has a special power. It can make the wearer immune to any disease attack. No matter if it's a disease caused by magic or a disease infected by oneself, the wearer will not be affected in any way. Even the most terrible plague can't threaten the wearer of this ring. Any disease spells will be ineffective against the wearer. Equipment effect: 3. Immune to most charm and mind control spells. Equipment effect: 4. Increase casting speed by 1 point. Equipment Effect 5. 1 additional level 6 spell slot. 1 additional level 7 spell slot. And 1 additional level 8 spell slot. Equipment Effect 6. Greater Haste can be used twice a day. Equipment Effect 7. Increase magic resistance by 10 points. Equipment Effect 8. Increase regenerative ability. Base HP recovery rate per hour +1. Equipment Effect 9. Defense level +2. Damn. After looking at the attributes of the Gus ring, Soren's expression suddenly became a little awkward. Most of the Lich rings in this world were similar. In simple terms, the Lich ring was a kind of enchantment alchemy process. There would be a big difference depending on the strength of the Lich who made it. However, most of the basic abilities were similar. The +5 Lich ring that Soren obtained before had a curse effect. It had a lot of similar abilities as the Gus ring. However, the Gus ring was more powerful. It didn't have a curse effect, nor would it reduce constitution. It also increased the number of times he could use Greater Haste, and had an additional level 8 spell slot. Other than that, there weren't any other differences. This was basically the +5 version of the Lich ring. Because of the power of divinity, the effect was much better. Forget it. It increased my casting speed by 1 point, as well as a level 6 spell slot, a level 7 spell slot, and a level 8 spell slot. If I add the blessing of the Goddess of Magic, my spell slots should be more than a legendary wizard, right? The effect was quite good. Soren directly equipped the ring. As a divine artifact that provided additional spell slots, the overlapping effect of the ring was ineffective. This was because it was an energy deflection force field. It couldn't be stacked on two at the same time. Poison, disease, charm, and other abilities were also useless. Soren wasn't afraid of these things at all. Fortunately, the additional spell casting speed and magic resistance were useful. If he had better equipment in the future, he would consider giving it to Gloria and the others. Chapter 747. Report. 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 The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Then, a young boy rushed into the room in a panic, scaring the ugly monkey who was learning the common language. He looked up at the boy in front of him and glared at him angrily. Because the boy's father had helped him before, Ugly Monkey was too embarrassed to scold him too much. He could only scold him. Why are you in such a hurry? What about your usual training? Are you going to be like this in the future? You don't have any professional qualities of a rogue. Among the professions, being a rogue tested one's psychological quality the most, because good rogues were active in the front line, reconnaissance, assassination, exploration, and were born with short weapons in close combat. The professional characteristics of a rogue determined that they would encounter more dangerous things than other professions. A long time had passed in the blink of an eye. After Ugly Monkey graduated from the training camp of the Temple of Light, he began to lead a few disciples to teach the skills of a rogue. Although he was less than 20 years old today, Ugly Monkey spoke like an old man. He had high prestige among the younger generation of Mordor City. He was a rogue who was very likely to enter the realm of legends in Mordor City. Even the absolute ruler of Mordor City, His Excellency Soren, knew his name. Ugly Monkey scolded a few words, and the young man in front of him blushed. After all, he was only 16 or 17 years old, and his psychological quality was not good enough. Ugly Monkey looked at him and sighed, then closed the book in his hand and said slowly, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" After that, his face did not look very good, but it was not all because of the disciple in front of him. The disciple he taught was not good. At most, he would be laughed at by opponents of the same level. He could also say that the disciple's aptitude was not good. However, the higher-ups of Mordor City seemed to have lost their minds recently. They actually ordered all the leaders to start learning how to read and write. This was simply asking for his life. Now many old people in the management of Mordor City were complaining, especially those pirate leaders who could not read. They were so mad that they wanted to pull out their swords and cut people. But this was ordered by the mistress of Mordor City, Her Excellency Gloria. They had no choice but to memorize it because soon, the officials of the city hall would be responsible for assessing them. Although Ugly Monkey was very talented as a rogue, Learning how to read was a little difficult. He did not have much talent in this area. When he thought about how he might fail the next exam, his face turned pale. Mordor City was ready to screen out better management. The most basic prerequisite for all of this was that these managers who might be promoted had to at least be able to read and write the common language. The reform of Mordor City was comprehensive. Now many managers were under a lot of pressure. Many people felt that they could not keep up with the development of Mordor City. The current situation was that even the giant, who hated reading and writing, was forced to hire a teacher to teach him how to read and write. That was because Her Excellency Gloria's request for him was to at least learn how to write his own name, as well as understand commonly used sentences. However, these were all orders from Sir Soren. Because Sir Soren himself was the most powerful rogue in the material plane, the requirements for rogues in the city of Mordor were higher. In addition to learning to read, the ugly monkey also had to learn arithmetic. Go ahead. Ugly Monkey threw the book aside and said slowly, "What happened?" The young boy was still a little nervous, but he was much better. He quickly searched his body and handed over a small note that was sent back from the front. He stammered, "Fight. They're fighting. The surface elves and the drows are fighting." Ugly Monkey's gaze froze when he heard this. Although he was young, his hands were stained with blood. Recently, he had begun to take charge of the secret organization in the Windspear Hills. He had a powerful aura around him. Instantly, the young man in front of him was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ugly Monkey quickly glanced at the note, then said in a deep voice, "Send someone to the temple immediately. Pass down my order. Send a team to the spider forest to collect more detailed information." "Forget it. It's a big deal. I'll go to the temple to see the Archbishop myself. Also, you go and inform Lady Adele Isabella. The war between the drows and the surface elves will definitely affect a lot of places. Let her be prepared in advance." The movements of the elves were personally ordered by Sir Soren to pay attention to. Ugly Monkey did not dare to be careless about this kind of thing. He rushed directly to the temple area and prepared to send the news back to Mordor through the temple. During this time, the movements of the elves had been strange. Although the outside world was not very clear about the reason, many people had noticed this. The news was sent back overnight. Just the afternoon before yesterday, there was a big battle near the spider forest. For thousands of years, the struggle between the surface elves and the drows had not stopped, but most of them were small-scale battles. Maybe the surface elves intended to clean up the drows. Or maybe the drows were going to capture some surface elves to please the Queen of Spiders. Such things were very common. But the scale this time was a little scary. According to the information sent back from the outside, the army of the drows this time had reached more than 3,000 people. 3,000 people. That was the army of the Underdark, not the motley crew of the surface world. This was almost equivalent to the main army of an underground city in the Underdark. Even a large drow family could not put together such a large army. It would take at least several drows working together to form such a large army. Moreover, according to the information sent back by the spies, even the petrifying lizard knights were dispatched in this battle, leaving a lot of broken human-shaped stones in the place where they fought. Only the petrifying lizards of the Underdark could leave such traces. A fight broke out. It was not a small-scale conflict, but a real war. The spies of Mordor could not enter the Underdark, and it was too dangerous under the Underdark. The drows retreated to the underground world after the battle, and there was no winner between the two sides. The drows did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Judging from the traces, they seemed to have the upper hand. The news must be sent back to Mordor immediately. The surface elves and the drows fought head-on. This was already a large-scale war that affected both races. Even an idiot could realize that this matter would have a profound impact on the whole world. The army of the Underdark was famous for its excellent equipment. If it wasn't for the fact that the metal of the Underdark couldn't be exposed to the sun, the drows had an absolute advantage in equipment. Chapter 748. The news was quickly sent to the city of Mordor through special channels. When the news was sent to Soren by magic, it was already noon the next day. At this time, Soren had already left the first town and arrived at a large city near the Gobi. This city was very old. Although it had been destroyed many times in history, it was finally rebuilt by the monks. Because this was an important stronghold for the monks, it was also one of the few places in the material plane where one could learn the sunflame style by conventional means. In the past, many adventurers who advanced to the monk level went here to practice, so that they could master the sunflame style and moon style after advancing to the legendary level. Soren's purpose here was to learn the expeditious steps. It was a special combat skill. After mastering it, one could get the additional ability of attack +2 and dodge +1. The eastern countries had a unique culture. On the other side of the continent, although the ability attack first could be trained, the actual combat effect was not as good as the footwork of the eastern countries. Soren definitely could not learn the sunflame style and the moon style, unless he planned to advance to the monk level and upgrade to the legendary level. However, some of the unique training methods of the monks could be mastered. The expeditious steps was also one of the special abilities. Other than that, in the eastern countries, one could also train additional abilities such as rapid strike, sword draw, swift movement, and so on. This city was spoken in an Oriental language, and its name could be translated as the Boat of the Desert. This was the gathering place of the good and neutral monks of the order. They had been guarding the underground ruins where ancient evil creatures were sealed for generations. Because the teachings of the monks were quite special, there were many ascetic monks who had made a poverty oath here. They could almost be said to have no desire for material things. They were completely in pursuit of spiritual detachment. The population of this city was only about 50,000. Most of the cities in the eastern countries did not have a large population. Only near the fertile areas, there would be cities with more than 100,000 people. There were 3 monasteries in the ship of the desert. As soon as Soren arrived, he saw a group of dwarves. It was rare to see a bearded dwarf in the eastern kingdoms. Because the monk group of the desert boat accepted dwarves as monks, there was a special group of dwarven monks here. The dwarven monks with thick skin specialized in the diamond body. In the eastern kingdom, they were the best meat shields. In the south of the city, there was a smithy called Broken Sword. This was one of the reasons why Soren was here, as there were many good things in this smithy. Opposite the blacksmith shop was a tavern. Standing at the door, one could see lazy dancers lying on the counter. This city didn't allow the establishment of brothels. Even the Eastern Empress wouldn't touch that bad luck. This was because the martial monks here were very strict. Many of them were the kind that didn't leave overnight wealth. If they brazenly opened a brothel here, it would be a slap in the face. As for whether there were any sexual activities going on in the dark corners, the martial monks' conclave wouldn't ask too much. After all, they couldn't ask ordinary people to strictly follow the teachings like the monks. The owner of the Broken Sword smithy was not eye-catching. He was just an ordinary middle-aged man. He looked quite strong. Usually he would just forge and drink. There were a few blacksmith apprentices under him. If Soren hadn't seen him in action before, he wouldn't have believed that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was a high-level sword saint. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The middle-aged man in the smithy glanced at Soren and seemed to be uninterested. He said lazily, "We have all kinds of weapons here. If you need a different kind of weapon, you can customize it. But the price is more expensive." There were many different kinds of weapons in the Eastern Kingdom. Some monks even used scythes as weapons. They looked a little like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Many monks chose to fight with their bare hands, so the business of the smithy wasn't very good. Soren couldn't stay in the Eastern Kingdom for too long, because the second wave of the Abyss demons would soon arrive. So he went straight to the point and said, "I heard that you have some underground relics here. Do you want to sell them?" "I want to pick a few." The middle-aged man couldn't help but squint. He looked at Soren up and down and said, "Follow me." Creak. The middle-aged man walked into the room and opened a door. Then the entrance to the basement appeared in front of them. Soren quickly followed him. The basement was very spacious. On the left side were rows of weapon racks. On the right side, it looked more like a garbage dump because there were all kinds of strange things. He was a sword saint from the lawful evil faction. His secret identity was the leader of a gray organization. Their organization often went against the rules to find treasures in underground relics that weren't allowed to enter, so it was possible to find some rare and good things here. Many underground relics had terrifying monsters sealed. The monks didn't like adventurers to disturb places where ancient evil creatures were sealed. However, many places where evil creatures were found were ruins of the arcane empire. There were a lot of valuable things in those places. So some organizations would secretly explore those places. The monks couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes they had to clean up the mess for them. For example, recently, some bastard opened the seal of the relics and several magic sunflowers came out of the underground relics. Soren glanced at the items and started to look for something. With the advantage of foresight, Soren could find some good things in advance. However, with his current identity as a god, it was difficult to attract Soren's attention unless it was valuable enough. Soon, Soren found a broken mask from the garbage. The mask was made of bone and looked a little bit ferocious. The surface was severely damaged, but there was still some magic light left. How much is this? Soren picked up the mask and weighed it in his hand. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. Then he said in a deep voice, 3,000 kindler. What a ridiculous price. In the middle-aged man's mind, the mask was naturally not worth so much money. However, Soren didn't care. He directly took it, paid the bill, and left. He came here for this mask. Now that the mask was in his hand, Soren directly left the blacksmith shop. He was going to buy the book to learn expeditious steps from the black market. This mask was a legendary item. However, now that it was seriously damaged, it was quite troublesome to repair. A legendary item was not enough to make Soren come here in person. What was more valuable was the spell imprinted on the mask. Simulacrum level 8 spell. Of course, if it was called simulacrum, it didn't sound like much. If it was called a temporary version of Avatar, it would be much more cool. Chapter 749. Soren only stayed here for half a day. After he got the item, he immediately began to track down the news of the birth of the artifact. He wanted to see if the artifact was the legendary Flail of Time. He could study the books about expeditious steps back in Mordor. However, Soren carefully observed the special mask for a long time, because the spell engraved on it was really important. Wizards had an avatar-type spell. This spell was called Projection. It was a level 7 spell. After using it, a temporary avatar could be created. Depending on the mastery of the spell, the avatar could have about 50% to 60% of the power of the original body. In the case of using the projection spell, the original body could hardly move, and the consciousness would be transferred to controlling the avatar. Therefore, wizards rarely used this spell. Only when they were exploring some other planes would they send their avatars there. This spell had a lot of drawbacks, so wizards didn't use it much. However, this type of spell also had a black technology, which was a more advanced version of simulacrum. It could create an avatar that was exactly the same as the original body, retaining about 70% of the power of the original body. Moreover, this avatar could use some of the low-level spells in his memory. Soren's purpose was to obtain the simulacrum spell engraved on it. It was a spell that was almost lost, and it was the most powerful level 8 spell so far. Simulacrum had no casting restrictions. After creating a temporary avatar, the original body could also freely walk and cast spells, but the consciousness had to control both bodies at the same time. In other words, one had to do two things at once. This spell was very difficult to learn. At least wizards who didn't have enough brain power couldn't master this spell at all. Simulacrum was used on a large scale during the Iroquois Empire. Because the great arcanists had too many things to deal with, their original body couldn't spare time. Therefore, they began to study simulacrum in depth and applied it in many aspects, including some temporary projection spells. This was actually the domain of the gods, because the avatars of the gods had similar abilities. They also retained part of the original body's power, and could use the original body's spells. During the Arcane Empire, The great arcanists who focused on research basically used simulacrum to deal with many things. You might see a great arcanist temporarily teaching a class in the academy, but in fact his original body was still working in a laboratory. Those who could become arcanists were all people with outstanding intelligence. At the very least, they had the potential to become excellent scientists. The calculation and processing ability of the brain was amazing, and the speed of mental calculation was faster than other people using computers. This was the key to whether one could master simulacrum or not. If the calculation ability of the brain, controlling both the original body and the avatar, things would become messy. Soren definitely had the ability to create avatars. But to use this kind of ability from the perspective of a god, the price to pay was too high. The avatar was already. Unlike the avatar created by Soren, the avatar created by simulacrum was temporary, which meant that it would only take effect for the duration of the spell. When the spell's duration was up, the avatar would automatically disappear. The avatar crisis broke out. The things that Soren needed to deal with also increased on a large scale. Simulacrum was not only an advantage for him in battle, but it could also help him solve a lot of problems. Some of them were not so important that he needed to deal with them personally, but he couldn't completely ignore them. At this time, simulacrum was much easier. Soren directly cast a spell to create an avatar to deal with the problem. After dealing with the problem, the avatar would automatically disappear. Simulacrum created a temporary body, and the control was still the responsibility of the original body's consciousness. Note: the avatar created by simulacrum has the strength equivalent to 50% of the original body's slaughter EXP. That is to say, the avatar created by simulacrum has the same level as the original body's slaughter EXP. The higher the level of a wizard, the more slaughter EXP they need, and the more slaughter EXP they will have with simulacrum. If a wizard above level 30 uses simulacrum, then 50% of the slaughter EXP would be enough to create an avatar with the level of a wizard close to level 20. Under the night sky, Soren sat by the campfire and carefully interpreted the bone mask in front of him. There were countless extremely small spell circuits engraved on it. This was a supreme magic skill that was very difficult to master in this era. To enchant a level 8 spell on a piece of equipment, the number of basic skills needed to do this was a little too high. The spell circuits formed by simulacrum were more complicated than any spell that Soren had seen so far. Even legendary spells didn't have so many spell circuits. If simply using the amount of data, the number of spell circuits needed to form a level 8 simulacrum spell was about twice that of a legendary spell. However, Soren also had his own advantages. That was, he was a god. This not only meant that his ability to understand was far beyond the understanding of mortals, but it also meant that he had mastered and used avatars. The avatar of a god was a natural ability. Under normal circumstances, Soren could automatically master the avatar ability in his divine form. When he needed to deal with material matters in his divine kingdom, he could create an avatar that had about 80% of his original power. If he finished dealing with the matter, the avatar could directly disappear. Soren was now trying to use his natural ability to decipher the simulacrum spell in front of him. The great arcanists had always been studying the power of gods, and because of this, they were feared by the gods. Although Soren hadn't fully understood the structure of simulacrum, he could feel that this spell already involved the realm of gods. The purpose of this spell was to simulate the avatar ability of gods. To simulate the power of gods from a mortal's point of view. Soren studied it for a whole night. The more he studied, the more he was amazed by the wisdom of the great arcanists. It was like an ordinary scientist looking up to a scientist at the level of Einstein. The wisdom of these great arcanists was simply amazing. Even from the perspective of gods, Soren couldn't deny that these great arcanists were even better than gods in some areas. Looks like I still need Gloria's help. The sky was already bright. Soren put away the mask in his hand. There were too many complicated spell circuits on it, and it was impossible for him to decipher it in a short period of time by himself. Gloria and the Fallen Witch had to work together to help. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take Soren to decipher this spell? Chapter 750. Futu caught a cold. The extra chapter will be updated the day after tomorrow. Passing through a barren Gobi area, the land in front of them had a trace of green, and the soil here began to become fertile. Along the way, there were also some figures of drool. They were the high-ranking drool who pursued the way of nature. Because the father of the oak chose to sacrifice himself to save the natural environment at the cost of his own great divine power, every year there would be some drool who were about to enter the realm of legends coming to the Eastern Kingdom to travel. The Eastern Kingdom was deeply influenced by the way of nature. So many times you would meet some legendary professions in the Eastern Kingdom who pursued the ancient unity of nature. Among these legendary professions, some were ordinary people who were inspired by the divine power left behind by the father of the oak. They pursued the balance between nature and humans. Many people with lofty ideals tried to save the land affected and destroyed by the desert of death, to gradually restore the damaged natural environment of the Eastern Kingdom. The collision of civilizations formed a new extension. On the other side of the continent, the droll order did not see eye to eye with many organizations, thinking that they were endlessly plundering natural resources, destroying the environment and balance of nature. However, in the Eastern Kingdom where the natural environment had been severely damaged, the relationship between the droll and the monks was quite harmonious. The way of nature pursued by the droll and the unity of nature pursued by the monks were very similar. Both belonged to professions that pursued the spiritual over the material. Passing through the Gobi area was a stretch of oak forest that stretched for dozens of miles. Every tree here was artificially planted. They were trees that were cultivated with magic, and were also a line of defense to prevent the chaotic energy of the desert of death from eroding the outside world. A long time ago, after the great destruction of the arcane empire, the droll who came out from the damaged material plane began to travel the world. These droll left footprints all over the world, trying their best to repair and eliminate the damage to the material plane caused by the fall of the arcane empire. At that time, it had been hundreds of years since the destruction of the arcane empire. This period of time was a dark period for all races in the material plane, because the sky of the material plane was gray for decades. It wasn't until Father Oak's divine power rose into the sky that the dust that covered the sky all year round finally disappeared. This part was recorded in Droll's canon. Father Oak exhausted all of his power, and sought help from the four main elemental gods, and the god of light. Finally, after a long time, the entire sky returned to light. Note: Nature Canon Volume 6. Back then, the first legendary droll to travel to the Eastern Kingdoms had passed through the desert of death. At that time, the Gobi region had yet to take shape. The Gobi that Soren had passed through was still a violent desert of death. The legendary droll established a relationship with the remaining humans and civilizations of the Eastern Kingdom for the first time after the great destruction brought about by the Arcane Empire. Then he settled down in the Eastern Kingdom. That was when the relationship between the monks and the droll began. The legendary droll was determined to restore the natural environment of the Eastern Kingdom. At that time, he had a very high reputation in the Eastern Kingdom. There were even many monks who followed him to train. The nearby monasteries called the White Cloud Sect and the Nature Sect were the monasteries that were passed down by the monks. They pursued the highest level of the ethereal body. Simply put, it was an ability that was similar to the unity of man and nature. It was also at that time the droll who came from the other side of the continent planted an oak tree for the first time. At that time, there was no way to grow plants on this land. The oak tree planted by the droll had to be maintained with his own mana. That was the beginning of the oak forest. From then on, droll and other professions began to come to the Eastern Kingdom. Wizards had also explored the Eastern Kingdom before. However, after discovering that the chaotic energy here greatly affected their spellcasting abilities, and that they couldn't even cast spells in some places, the wizards rarely set foot on this land. Some traditions began to appear in the Eastern Kingdom. For example, the oak forest in front of them. Every high-grade droll who reached the Eastern Kingdom would plant an oak tree here. They would travel in this land for a long time, looking for a balance between nature and human beings from the monks and others. They would use this to trace the footsteps of the droll ancestors, hoping to understand their thoughts at that time. and enter the realm of the legendary drool. Since then, there were more and more oak trees here, and finally, it became the oak forest of today. It became a barrier in the Eastern Kingdom, blocking the sand and chaotic energy from the desert of death. Therefore, the land in front was gradually transformed to be suitable for human habitation. Therefore, this oak forest in the Eastern Kingdom was equivalent to a sacred place for the droll. As for why many droll liked to travel to the Eastern Kingdom, there were some small secrets that were revealed by some adventurers. After all, the legendary droll could advance anywhere. There was no need to go to the Eastern Kingdom. On the other side of the continent, there were many droll who had not been to the Eastern Kingdom, but had advanced to legendary. This reason was the droll who had advanced to legendary in the Eastern Kingdom. It was possible that when they reached a certain threshold, their spirit would come into contact with a supreme existence and will. Then this will would reward them with a glimpse of the most real secrets of nature, and from there they would comprehend the powerful nature domain. That's right. It was the nature domain. A domain that was a godly buff for the droll. A legendary droll who had just comprehended the nature domain could easily defeat an advanced legendary droll, who was more than 5 levels higher than himself. Soren suspected that this was the father of the oak. Because other than the father of the oak, who else could give the droll such a powerful nature domain? He was the embodiment of nature. Soren guessed that the father of the oak did not completely die after exhausting all of its divine power. Instead, it merged with nature in another way. In layman's terms, the father of the oak had already merged with the physical body. It gave up the self-consciousness of a god and became a subconscious existence of nature. Moreover, the supreme will that the druids spoke of could be sensed by the warrior monks of certain factions in the Eastern Kingdom. After reaching a state similar to the unity of man and nature, the warrior monks in the Eastern Kingdom could have simple contact with this supreme will. Some of the warrior monks could evolve their ethereal body into the powerful, vitreous body. Chapter 751. There was a wide road outside the oak forest. There were some simple huts along the way, and some plants with magic power were planted nearby. These were the droll who lived in seclusion nearby. Many of the droll who traveled to the Eastern Kingdom would choose to live in this oak forest for a while. Through his god-level perception, Soren could sense a powerful aura faintly shrouding this place. There was at least one high-grade legendary tree shepherd living here. However, he should be living in seclusion in the depths of the oak forest. A force full of vitality came from the ground. The figure of an eagle appeared. The eagle circled in the sky and landed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an elven droll wearing an animal skin coat. Not far from the forest, there was a strong figure leaping out, followed by a few more figures. They stepped lightly on the tree trunk and jumped more than 10 meters away. This was a martial monk's lightness technique. It was similar to the legendary martial monk who could walk on water. These monks were protecting one of them. When they saw Soren passing by, they couldn't help but stare at him. After making sure that he was just a passing professional, they carefully protected the person behind them and entered the droll's house. The one in the middle of the monks was a young boy. He was holding a light golden box in his arms, and he looked a little nervous. The box was light golden. It was a wooden box, and the outside was not painted. The light golden color was the original color of the wood that made the box. Soren frowned slightly and murmured, "Golden oak?" In this world, the wood with a golden color was not ordinary. Most of them were tainted with a trace of divinity. The golden oak was a sacred object to the droll, and it was a tree that contained great power. These monks had leaf-like emblems on their bodies. They were practitioners of the nature sect. The origin of the nature sect was difficult to trace, but this sect of monks was very influential in the Eastern Kingdom. There were rumors that they were the monks of the Church of the Father of the Oak. Many gods and churches would train monks internally, because they could take on more important tasks than other professions and worlds. They had a natural tenacity, which made them suitable for some time-consuming tasks. Soren knew that the box made of golden oak was definitely something special, but he didn't want to pry too much into it. He was only here to travel, so it was better not to get involved. About a few minutes later, 3 tall elf drool walked out. They were different from the drool who had turned into an eagle in the sky. These drool were all wearing clothes woven from leaves. Their hair was very exuberant, looking like the roots of trees. They glanced at Soren and frowned. Then they walked into Drool's room. This was a tree shepherd. Drool, who had undergone a special class advancement, could control all the plants in nature. In the forest domain, no one of the same class could defeat them. The tree shepherds were born with the plant domain. So many drool and monks have gathered. Something must have happened. Soren thought, but he still continued to move forward. According to the information he received, the latest news about the divine artifact was in a valley in front of him. There was a big scuffle there, and the person who took the divine artifact was nowhere to be found. Passing through the lush oak forest, Soren quickly approached the location of the valley. Before he got close to the valley, he found many traces of fighting with his superb tracking ability. There were hundreds of people fighting for the divine artifact. But it was not surprising. After all, it was a divine artifact. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could still sell it for a fortune. The further he went, the more traces of fighting there were. Gradually, blood began to appear on the ground. The inside of the valley was not big, and there was a small artificial lake in the middle. Soren just arrived here and found that there were other people nearby. It seemed that they were also fighting for or looking for clues about the divine artifact. Tracking domain. Soren found a secluded corner and activated his tracking domain. As his divine power was consumed, some incomplete images began to appear in front of his eyes. They were all images formed by the traces in the valley. Gods had the ability to trace back time. If someone said the name of a god in their peak state, the god could use their divine power to know what happened in the past 24 hours. The power of the Grim Reaper was even stronger. As long as it was a place where someone died, they could see the scene of death. Not sure if it was part of the power of the death domain, Soren found that his tracking domain had been strengthened. What he saw was not just the traces left behind by fighting. All the traces related to death were combined by the tracking domain. What Soren saw in front of his eyes were the blurry images of many people before they died. For example, the traces on the left side were formed by a human whose chest was completely caved in. He was hit by something with great force, and his armor was instantly shattered. His whole body flew upside down, and dragged a 3-meter-long trace on the ground. The images that Soren saw were all similar images. When all the images were combined together, it was someone holding a divine artifact and killing everyone. From Soren's point of view, the end of anyone who saw it was death. The traces that could form after images were all of the dead people. I didn't expect that the tracking domain could be combined with other domain powers. I really know too little about the gods. For the first time, Soren found that the domain could be used in this way. No wonder the other gods liked to improve their domain powers. All the traces pointed to the other end. The guy with the divine artifact should be a legendary profession. He was surrounded by hundreds of people, rushed out from the north of the valley, and then disappeared. However, for Soren, who had the tracking domain, this was not a problem at all because he had already locked onto the target's traces. With the tracking domain, Soren could determine the direction of the target's escape. It was only a matter of time before Soren caught up with the guy who took the divine artifact. It should be this way. Soren immediately set off for the north, but at this time, the demon avatar suddenly saw some pictures. Soren immediately tried his best to transfer to the demon avatar's side, and then found that the pugilist girl who signed a contract with his demon avatar last time was actually nearby. Her position was in the north, and at this moment, she was moving with a group of monks. She was also moving in the direction that Soren was tracking. It was a soul contract without reservation. Although the Fistmaster girl named Cicada received part of the demon incarnation's power and was immune to fire damage, her body and mind were already under Soren's control. When necessary, he could even observe the outside world from her perspective. This kind of treatment was similar to that of a god's chosen one. The only difference was that Soren did not give her the power of divinity. Chapter 752. The surrounding scenery flew by quickly. Soren hurried along the traces of the clergy. Along the way, he encountered several places where battles had taken place, and he also saw some broken remnants. After such exploration, Soren also had a general understanding of the ability of his clergy after fusion. This should be a clergy ability similar to Death Replay. The god of death could directly notice any traces of death, but Soren could not do such a thing. The death he saw had to be judged with the assistance of the tracking clergy. The tracking clergy combined with a part of the power of the death domain, so he could see the moment before death through the combination of traces. Is this the ability of a god? I have been a god for so long, and now I have really touched the threshold of a god. The half-elf and rogue clergies were passive clergies. Neither of them actively increased Soren's ability by much. The tracking clergy he obtained from the god of the hunt, Maler, could barely be considered a combat clergy, because of the changes brought by the death domain. Soren was full of curiosity about the powerful death clergy. On the other side, hundreds of kilometers away from Soren, there was a team of people moving. The leader was a legendary monk. There were many members in this team, but most of them were dressed like monks. There were only a necromancer and a puppeteer. Unlike the puppeteer Soren had seen before, this puppeteer controlled a large wooden puppet, and its strength seemed to be relatively ordinary. Next to him was the young girl Cicada, who was dressed in a tight suit. At this moment, the puppeteer looked like he wanted to please her, as if he wanted to gain the girl's favor. However, Cicada did not have a good impression of the puppeteer who was constantly trying to please her. From her frown from time to time, it could be seen that her patience was reaching its limit. Since the last adventure, Cicada's relationship with her original teammates had become a lot estranged. And after that incident, it was not suitable for Cicada to act with them anymore. So, with the idea of training herself, Cicada began to travel to the eastern countries to improve her strength. Originally, she thought that after signing a contract with a powerful demon, her future would be very bleak. She had thought that she would encounter something very shameful, but she never expected that nothing would happen. There were no depraved and evil rituals, no shameful incidents. It was as if she had been forgotten by that terrifying demon. Her life had not changed much, but her strength had increased even more rapidly. It was an indescribable feeling. Cicada realized that its understanding of combat techniques was becoming more and more astonishing, and it was no longer afraid of any flames. At least for now, the demon had only brought her benefits. Finally, the girl's patience was completely exhausted. She turned her head to glare at the puppet master beside her and snorted coldly. "Shut up. The enemy we're facing this time is very dangerous. You should focus more on how to deal with the upcoming battle." The puppet master was speechless. He had originally planned to take out a few gadgets to please the girl, but he also quietly put them away. Behind him, his companions snickered. Because of her beautiful face and tall figure, Cicada had received a lot of attention when she first joined the team. The puppet master also wished that he could stick to her side all the time. However, this girl who had advanced into a fist master did not seem to be easy to get along with. Her attitude towards others was also very cold. This operation was arranged by the White Cloud sect. The appearance of the divine artifact had caused a lot of trouble, so the White Cloud sect had sent people to seal this divine artifact. Monks rarely use weapons, and it was not the first time that the White Cloud sect had sealed a divine artifact. The famous divine artifact Exile of the eastern countries had been sealed by the White Cloud sect. According to the White Cloud sect, this divine artifact that had appeared was very evil. It had a murderous aura, and ordinary people would be easily affected if they held it. Such a divine artifact should not be carried around by people, and should be sealed by them directly. However, all fist masters maintained a close relationship with the monastic sect. As an advanced fist master, Cicada was an orphan born in the monastic sect. Although she did not have as many commandments as the monks, she still had a lot of connections with the White Cloud sect. Some of the fist master's abilities had been trained by the White Cloud sect. The other reason why Cicada decided to help was that she wanted to master the legendary Moon Overcast style. The White Cloud sect was one of the strongest monastic sects in the eastern countries. Within the White Cloud sect, There were special techniques to cultivate the moon overcast style, hard to see and shadow trace. The martial monk sect was nothing more than skillful and fierce. As an advanced fist master, Cicada could not cultivate the diamond body as a woman, so she walked the path of the ethereal body. This way, she could only choose between the sun overcast style and the moon overcast style. Unless she had a fortuitous encounter that allowed her to advance by leaps and bounds, only those with extraordinary talent could master the sun overcast style and moon overcast style at the same time. Cicada's goal was to build a good relationship with the White Cloud sect in hopes of entering the White Cloud sect to cultivate more deeply. Actually, the best place to cultivate the ethereal body was the nature sect. However, the martial monks of this sect only had a good relationship with the droll. Their relationship with the outside world was similar to the droll cult on the other side of the continent. It was hard to deal with. The group moved forward very quickly. This group already had people secretly following the guy with the divine weapon. They only needed to follow the traces left behind. However, for some reason, Cicada felt like she was being spied on. Moreover, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. She had a feeling that something was about to happen. It was harder for martial monks to cultivate than other professions. This was because martial monks needed a lot of strength to use the penetrating force and the penetrating shock palm. They also needed enough agility to master the shadow step and the lightness technique. If one's physique was not enough, it would be very difficult to cultivate the ethereal body and diamond body. However, the most important attribute of a martial monk was the ability to sense. This was the key to determining whether a martial monk was strong enough. Instinctive dodging in battle was the core of a martial monk's ability to survive without wearing armor. The stronger the perception, the more amazing the martial monk's instinctive dodging would be. It would be better than other professions who mastered instinctive dodging. Cicada was the kind of girl who was born with outstanding perception. If she did not have the sixth sense, she would not have been able to advance to a fist master as an orphan. It was because the main attribute was perception that martial monks had a good relationship with the droll and the priest. The priest sensed the gods, the droll sensed nature, and the martial monk's perception was more used to understand their own body. The main attribute of these three professions was perception. Cicada was the kind of girl who was born with sixth sense. Otherwise, she would not have been able to cultivate to her current strength. It was because of the perception of the martial monk's own body that they could cultivate all kinds of supernatural abilities that were not spells. For example, covert force, penetrating force, lightness technique, and so on. The greatest difference between a warrior and a monk was the ability to sense the potential within one's own body. Even though they were both training and cultivating the body, the combination of the two, the cultivation method of the sword saint was born. Note: the martial monk's main attribute is perception. Other important attributes include strength, agility, and physique. Like the paladins, they belong to the ranks of professions with high requirements. Chapter 753. The practice of the Eastern Kingdom had a profound influence on the melee professions, not to mention the advanced profession Blademaster, which was most influenced by the Eastern Kingdom. Many skills mastered by rogues were influenced by the Eastern Kingdom. For example, the training of instinctive dodging, the mastery of flexible movements, and the legendary rogue's top skill, shadow step. This ability was very similar to the monk's shadow step. When the legendary monk used shadow step, he could also jump through the shadows. The effect was roughly equivalent to the wizard's short-distance blink spell. If a melee profession could blink and teleport, the effect would be quite terrifying. Not to mention that the monk was famous for being good at super close combat. The profession's specialty was rapid strike. Once the distance was closed enough, even the rogue's reaction speed could not keep up. Night fell. The team that had been on the road for a day stopped temporarily. The traces left behind were suddenly cut off here. The leading monk had just sent the rangers out to look for traces. Forest patrollers were actually rangers. There were some differences in the names of professions in different places. In the southern part of the continent, rangers were more followers who served the gods. The Eastern Kingdom did not have much belief in gods. The rangers here were more like droll. Most of them were close to animals, nature, and helping lost travelers. The rangers would determine whether it was possible to comprehend magic according to their own perception ability. They were a group of people who were good at tracking. In the wilderness, only they could easily follow all kinds of clues. Cicada found a clean stone and sat cross-legged. The puppet master wanted to come over and chat with her again, but he immediately retreated after being glared at by the girl. The people in the team were busy, and soon a bonfire was raised. 2 warriors were itching to fight by the bonfire. Cicada lost interest after a few glances. For a master of boxing like her, the training skills of the warriors were too crude. They were completely focused on the control of the body, and did not pay attention to their inner and spiritual strength at all. The vitality of the warriors was very tenacious. Their daily physical training made them all rough and thick, and their vitality was more than 2 or 3 times that of other professions. Cicada began to breathe, adjusting her state of mind with her heartbeat, and then sank into her inner perception. This was a type of meditation technique. The difference was that wizards used meditation to improve their spirit. Priests used meditation to feel the glory of the gods. Droll used meditation to feel the nature of the outside world. And monks used meditation to feel their inner self. Meditation required a foundation. Either intelligence or wisdom was sufficient, and it was very difficult for attributes below 12 points to enter the range of meditation. The outcome of the battle between the 2 warriors was quickly decided. The one who won seemed to be unsatisfied. He could not help but cast his gaze to the side of Cicada. There was a young man who was also sitting cross-legged. The only difference was that he was holding a straight blade in his hand. He was a sword saint. Sword saints rarely made a move, because their attacks were too fierce. They didn't wear armor because they learned their fighting style from the monks, so their attacks were very similar to the monks who practiced the diamond body. The young man opened his eyes as if he had sensed the other party's gaze. Sword saints also needed to meditate, but they were more focused on the energy called chi, or in the ancient language, ki. Do you want to spar with me? The young sword saint slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the other party nod, he slowly stood up. Generally, those who could advance to sword saint had a strong will to fight. However, they also needed to learn self-restraint like the monks. Meditation like this was almost a daily routine for monks, sword saints, and fist masters. Cicada opened her eyes. This sword saint was an outsider like her. He was a traveler who assisted the White Cloud sect. She had not seen this sword saint in action, so she was quite curious about his strength. Even in the Eastern countries, the proportion of people who could advance to sword saint was not many. As the young man slowly stood up, the warrior on the opposite side nervously gripped his weapon. The sword saint's attacks were notoriously ferocious, and the reason why he challenged him was because he wanted to understand this kind of power. For many warriors who encountered a bottleneck, the best way to advance to sword saint was to find a way to advance. Please. The young sword saint casually gripped his straight blade tightly, and gestured to the nervous warrior in front of him. Sword saints were born with a certain aura. This aura was mostly due to the fact that they did not wear armor at all. When they fought, it was like dancing on the tip of a blade, unlike other melee professions who relied on armor to avoid damage. Clang. The expected exciting battle did not happen. The warrior on the opposite side only lasted for a few seconds before losing. There were a total of 3 moves. Horizontal slash. Horizontal slash. Chi slash. The sword saint probed with the first 2 moves. After the 3rd move, he found that the opponent was not his opponent at all. The chi slash directly knocked the warrior's weapon away. A professional who was preparing to enter the legendary realm like herself. Cicada quickly realized that this was a sword saint who was preparing to enter the legendary realm. He was probably working for the White Cloud sect to obtain some cultivation methods. Sword saints focused on the cultivation of chi. For monks, chi was their most basic thing. It was also the product of their internal self-perception. The young sword saint turned his gaze to Cicada. The people around clearly felt a fighting spirit. Perhaps for this sword saint, besides the leader of the legendary monks, only Cicada was worthy of fighting with him. So Cicada stood up. As a girl who looked tall and slender, Cicada was much more dangerous than her appearance suggested. Please. Cicada put her hands together and made a gesture of invitation. She had been trained as a monk since she was a child. Fistmaster was originally an extension of the monk's profession. The young sword saint narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the sharp blade slashed directly at Cicada in front of him. The speed was faster than before. The sword saint did not use his full strength just now. Sword saints were known for their fast attack speed. Monks were the fastest when it came to bare-handed attacks. When it came to weapons, no one could be faster than a sword saint. In the face of the sword saint's fierce attack, Cicada dodged sideways as if she had expected it. With a low shout, she slapped out with her palm. Piercing shock palm. Clang. The sword saint, who did not wear armor, did not dare to take Cicada's attack head-on. In an instant, he blocked the opponent with the back of his sword. This palm clearly hit the back of the sword, but the young sword saint's body shook, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Hidden power? Penetrating power? There was a burst of exclamation all around. This kind of skill could only be mastered by high-level monks. There were a large number of monks in the eastern countries, but many monks were not talented enough and were similar to ordinary warriors. They cultivated the skills of fast strikes and bare-handed attacks. Only those with better talent could learn the diamond body and ethereal body. The sword saint's eyes were obviously dignified. Cicada's bare-handed attack actually made the sound of metal colliding with the weapon. This ability was called chi strike. Cicada's hands were at least equivalent to grade 1 rare weapons. In other words, the girl in front of him, who looked weak, could already catch the attack of a rare weapon with her bare hands. Pugilists was more focused on the training of bare-handed attacks. Ordinary monks needed to be level 10 to be able to train their hands into rare weapons, and level 13 to be able to strengthen them into +2 rare weapons. However, Pugilist had the ability to increase one level every 2 professional levels. As a high-level professional, Cicada's hands were at least equivalent to +3 rare weapons. Unbelievable. A pair of white and slender girls' hands were actually similar to +3 rare weapons. Cicada did not stop attacking. After a short fight, her storm-like continuous skills had been launched, and the sword saint was almost instantly suppressed by the crazy attack frequency. This was because Cicada's ethereal body was not practiced to perfection. The real ethereal body was level 19, compared to diamond body, which required level was only 17. The sword saint began to retreat. Cicada did not give him any chance at all. It was a completely one-sided suppression. However, just after the sword saint was forced back 7 or 8 steps in a row, his eyes suddenly burst with a glimmer of light, and then he shouted to the girl in front of him, "Be careful." It was at this moment the situation instantly reversed. The sword saint's attack suddenly became incomparably ferocious. His straight blade had already turned into an afterimage. When he brandished his war blade, it even formed an invisible blade wind. The surrounding people who were too close to the sword saint felt the blade wind cutting them. Some people even had red marks on their skin. At that moment, outside the forest very close to them, Soren, who was hiding in the shadows and casually watching, also narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Whirlwind attack." It was the prerequisite battle technique of the whirlwind. Soren could also use this attack, and the sword saint in front of him could also use it. In terms of data, it meant that he had at least received a hint of the whirlwind. This sword saint had something up his sleeve. Soren suspected that the sword saint had received guidance from a legendary professional who had mastered the whirlwind, or that he himself had mastered the whirlwind technique. Soren had already received a hint of the whirlwind. If he had a proper training method, it was only a matter of time before he mastered the whirlwind technique. On the other side, after being forced back by the sword saint's attack, Cicada immediately retreated and said slowly, "I lost." The sword saint had obviously held back. Otherwise, the whirlwind attack would have been enough to kill her in an instant. It was simply too fast. She had misjudged. Not only did the sword saint want to enter the legendary realm, he had already touched the threshold of the legendary realm. A fist master against a sword saint. She had already lost when she lost the initiative. There was no need to continue fighting. Her companions looked at the sword saint with shock and admiration. Some even wanted to get close to him and see if they could learn some of the sword saint's techniques. At that moment, Cicada couldn't help but turn her head and look at the forest in the distance. She kept feeling that someone was spying on her. Night fell. The others were resting while waiting for the forest patrollers to return. Cicada also meditated again, but she still maintained her perception of the outside world. She looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, but her real age was already 21 years old. Monks had a level 17 ability called Ageless Body. Usually when a monk cultivated this ability, their body would stop aging. Although this wouldn't extend the monk's life, before they died of old age, they could ensure that their body wouldn't continue to age. Cicada's appearance was because of this ability. She walked the path of the ethereal body, so she came into contact with the ageless body early. Therefore, she had stopped aging when she was 16 or 17 years old. Although she still grew a lot taller, her face didn't change much. If she could go one step further, she could use the ageless body's ability to keep herself at her peak. Her body state would be maintained at around 20 years old until the day she died of old age. On the other side, Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The technique that the sword saint used just now obviously used the energy of Ki. As a rogue, Soren didn't have this ability unless he was also a level 1 monk or sword saint. With Soren's current conditions, it was also possible for him to be a sword saint, but it would be very difficult to bear the slaughter EXP penalty. Because he was a wizard, Soren could also simulate a similar combat ability with the help of greater haste and divine power. Divine power was far beyond the power of ordinary things. If he could figure out the key, perhaps he could try to use other methods to master it. However, there was a more troublesome problem here. That was Soren didn't know how to use the aura slash at all. Even from a layman's point of view, it could be seen that the sword saint's explosion was completely done by relying on the aura slash. He needed to communicate with the sword saint. Moreover, Soren himself had also received information from the whirlwind, so perhaps both sides could gain something. The night was getting darker. Just as Soren was thinking about how to approach this group of people, there was a sudden disturbance in the distance. Immediately after, the legendary monk stood up, shouted at the others, and quickly rushed over. The others also set off to chase after him. It seemed that the scattered rangers had found something. Soren also quickly caught up. After passing through a forest, the monk immediately found a corpse. He took a look at it and suddenly frowned. Knowles? The one who died was the ranger he sent out. There were 2 high-level monks accompanying this ranger, but there were no corpses nearby. The chest of the deceased was torn open by a great force. It was a clear claw mark, and there were still gray hairs on the weapon of the deceased. It didn't look like a trace of a human. Let's go. I'm afraid our spies have been discovered. They are in danger now. The legendary monk took the lead and rushed out, followed by Cicada and the young sword saint. Soren also caught up a few minutes later. He looked at the traces around, frowned, and said, Abyss Knowles? The king of Knowles, Yinagu. This powerful lord of the abyss had been looking for the artifact, Flail of Time. Although he already had a +3 artifact flail, he had never given up looking for a more powerful artifact, Flail of Time, for hundreds of years. The corpse was stained with the aura of the abyss. Ordinary people might not be able to feel it, but as a god, Soren could feel more. It was the Knowles from the abyss who did it. Moreover, it was a very dangerous high-level Knoll assassin. It might have been directly teleported from the bottomless abyss. PS 2-in-1. This volume is about to end. Chapter 754. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the plane barrier had become weaker and weaker. Yinagu, the king of Knowles, must have some way to track the traces of the Flail of Time. Otherwise, his followers would not appear twice. The last time Autumnfall was attacked, it was related to the Flail of Time. This time, there were traces of the Knowles from the abyss. He didn't know how many parts of the Flail of Time the king of Knowles had gotten, and whether there were any special guys among his followers this time. Soren fell behind and followed after him. He didn't dare to get too close, because the legendary monk's perception was also good. Soren was not afraid of being detected by conventional means, but by the sixth sense. This was the most unreasonable anti-detection method, and the only way Soren could not avoid it. The sixth sense was a supernatural domain. Sometimes even the gods couldn't do anything if they sensed something purely with their sixth sense. Oh! Suddenly, there was a wolf howl in the quiet night, followed by continuous traces of fighting in front of them. There were also faint screams of people, accompanied by a scream of horror. A middle-aged man dressed as a monk was directly torn in half. The fight was only a matter of a moment. When this group of people found out, they had already fallen into the enemy's encirclement. Gnoll assassins. All of them had dark hair, and their physique was taller than the gnolls in the material plane, but their movements were unusually agile. When these monks fell into their encirclement, they were surprised to find that the number of enemies was far more than they had imagined. These gnolls exuded a terrifying aura, which was definitely not something that creatures from the material plane could possess. Only the demon blood in the abyss could exude such a dangerous aura. It's the Gnoll King's personal guard. Soren noticed the difference between these tall gnolls at a glance. They had a special emblem on them. This emblem came from the ancient city of Yinagu, which was the central city on the 422nd floor of the abyss. The gnolls in front of him seemed to be called wild trackers. They were usually responsible for capturing slaves escaping from the abyss, including middle and high-grade demon slaves. They would only be dispatched for very important missions in Yinagu, and these gnolls' profession levels were all above level 18. In other words, they were all quasi-legendary level monsters. These annoying fellows. Kill them all. In the center of the group of gnoll assassins, there was a burly gnoll leader that was more than 3 meters tall. It held a 3-headed flail in its right hand, and a flail that emitted cold air in its left hand. It was the same model. With just a glance, Soren could tell that it was one of the parts of the flail of time. However, it wasn't the poison head that Soren obtained. Instead, it was the ice head. Oh! The gnoll assassins from all directions instantly pounced on them. Streaks of dark, cold light appeared, and poisoned short swords attacked the pursuing monks from all angles. These gnolls were incredibly fast. Almost all of them had agility above 25. This meant that they were the direct descendants of the King of Gnolls, and it was not ruled out that some of them had his blood. For the Demon Lord, their descendants were also important subordinates. These descendants were far stronger than other demons. Sunflame form. Facing the attack of the high-grade gnoll assassins, the leading legendary monk finally couldn't do anything. He took a few steps back and used his ultimate skill. With a rumbling explosion, the terrible flames directly blew away the nearby high-grade gnoll assassins. Although the people he brought with him were strong, almost all of them were weaker than these high-grade gnoll assassins. In the whole team, only Cicada and Blade Master had reached profession level 18. Most of the others were between profession level 15 and 16. They were professions that had just advanced. In the battle, these people were obviously suppressed. If their casualties were too high, they would fall into the siege of these high-agility enemies. Even the monk was not sure if he could escape. After using Sunflame form to blow away the nearby enemies, the legendary monk instantly rushed to the gnoll leader in front of him. The gap between the two sides was too big. He could only fight now. Capture the gnoll leader first. There might be a turning point if he took down the gnoll leader. You don't know what's good for you. Facing the sudden attack of the legendary monk, the gnoll leader's mouth showed a contemptuous smile. He directly roared and waved his 3-headed flail. Bull Strength. Evil Shadow Strike. Berserk. 3 spells appeared in a row. While swinging his 3-headed flail at the legendary monk in front of him, the gnoll leader still had the strength to point forward and directly threw a spell into the crowd. Law Command. In an instant, several people in the crowd stood still in a daze. The nearby high-level Jackalan assassins instantly pounced on them and chopped off their heads with one slash. Not good. This is the chosen of the King of Gnoll. In the darkness, Soren's eyes narrowed. He had realized that the legendary monk was probably dead. Although the King of Gnoll, Yinagu, was a demon lord, he also had part of the Gnoll race's priesthood. However, he had not really become a god. He was a demon lord at the level of a false god. Most of his chosen were his direct descendants. These chosen were given a part of his divine power. When necessary, they could become his incarnation. There was no doubt. These abilities were not something that an ordinary Gnoll could perform. Yeenoghu might have incarnated into him. Shadow Hide. Shadow Leap. Soren was ready to attack in an instant, but when he was about to deal with the Gnoll leader in front of him, the nearby high-grade Gnolls had already killed several monks. 3 of them realized the danger of Cicada and rushed over to kill her first. At this time, Soren was faced with a dilemma. If he wanted to save the legendary monk, he could not save Cicada. If he saved Cicada, the legendary monk would not know that the enemy was Yeenoghu's incarnation. He might be killed in a round of attacks. The hesitation was only for a moment. Soren's figure appeared behind Cicada in an instant, then he picked her up with one hand and threw her back. Sword form spinning strike. With the strange silver-white sword light all over the sky, the high-grade Gnolls who rushed in front of Soren froze in place. The next moment, the 3 high-grade Gnolls were directly cut into pieces. Behind him was Cicada, who was shocked. It seemed that she still did not know where Soren came from. Cicada was saved. However, just as Soren was rescuing Cicada, there was an accident on the legendary monk's side. Chapter 755. Shadow Step. Just at the moment of the fight, the legendary monk noticed that something was wrong. The strength and agility of the opponent were too amazing. This was not a power that a mortal could have at all. The legendary monk tried to use Shadow Step to open the distance, but at this moment, the Gnoll leader waved his hand and released a spell. Dimensional Lock. The surrounding space was blocked, and the next moment, the figure of the legendary monk flew out. Poochie. With blood gushing out, the legendary monk was directly killed in one move. His whole chest had caved in, and perhaps even his heart had been smashed. In this case, it was impossible to survive. You don't know what's good for you. Yeenoghu's avatar took back the 3-headed flail in his hand, but then his eyes turned to the other side of the battlefield, where a figure suddenly appeared, and he noticed the disturbing breath of the gods on that figure. Back off. Soren glanced at the shocked Cicada behind him and said slowly, "This level of battle is not something you can intervene in." Inexplicably, as soon as Soren's voice fell, Cicada involuntarily stepped back. Even she did not understand why she trusted the person she had just met so much. She did not doubt his orders at all. It felt like she trusted the person in front of her so much that she could not disobey his orders. Yeenoghu's avatar. A smile appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth, and he said to himself, "It seems that my luck is not bad. The avatar of a demon lord should have a lot of divinity, right?" The situation of the battlefield was reversed in an instant. The protagonist who decided the outcome was Soren and Yeenoghu's avatar in front of him. If Soren won, the others would naturally survive. If Soren lost, the others would not survive. The god of half-elves and rogues. A glimmer of divinity appeared in the eyes of Yeenoghu's avatar, and then his expression became a little fearful. Although he had never seen Soren, he could still tell who Soren was by relying on the light of divinity. Soren did not have the domain of mystery, craftiness, concealment, and so on. In the face of Yeenoghu's avatar, he could not completely hide his priesthood, especially in a battle. Yeenoghu's avatar could guess Soren's identity, but he couldn't see through Soren's strength. She didn't know that Soren was also a wizard, but since Soren was the god of rogues, she guessed that Soren's strength was mostly in the rogue side. Shadow Hide. Soren's figure disappeared, and Yeenoghu's avatar looked around nervously. He could not see through Soren's invisibility, but he also had his own way, which was the Gnoll's sense of smell. Yeenoghu's sense of smell was far beyond that of ordinary creatures. In an instant he detected a trace and roared, "Found you!" Die. The 3-headed flail directly smashed into the darkness on the right side. Yeenoghu was confident enough to suppress the enemy in strength. As long as the enemy was injured and bleeding, he could completely rely on the smell of blood to locate the target. Boom. A sharp sound rang out. The 3-headed flail did not come to a physical body. The next moment, Yenaga's avatar felt something was wrong and instantly smashed the flail, ice in his left hand behind him. It still felt like he hit the air. Soren's chuckle came as if he was mocking Yenaga's incompetence. Damn you! Don't hide. Come out and fight with me. Yenaga's avatar was so angry that his eyes were red, but there was no way to locate Soren's figure at all. However, he was an old demon lord after all, and he was not too deeply affected by the will of chaos. In an instant, his eyes turned to Cicada not far away. He had just seen Soren save this human girl, so this human girl should be very important to Soren. So, Yenaga's avatar roared and rushed to Cicada not far away. Since I can't find you, I'll find a way to force you out. If you don't come out, the girl I just saved will die. The avatar of the King of Gnolls thought very well. But he underestimated one thing. That was, although Soren was a wandering god, he was not without the ability to fight head-on. Although he could be called a rogue, he was basically a berserker when it came to fighting. Greater haste. Stone to mud. The avatar of the King of Gnolls was just about to rush to Cicada not far away. Suddenly, he found that the ground under his feet became very soft. With his huge body, he almost instantly sank down. Even if he reacted quickly and jumped out, his movements could not help but slow down by half a beat. Turning his head, the ground within 10 meters around him had become soft mud. Soren used magic to turn it into a mud pit to temporarily stop him. Although it only delayed the target for about a second, it was more than enough for him. Shadow Leap. Isaac's Missile Storm. Secondary Missile Storm. Melf's Acid Arrow. A storm of spells rained down on Soren, almost forming a terrifying barrage. The spells in Soren's memory were mainly those with short casting times. After obtaining the Lich Ring, which increased the casting speed of spells, the spells in his memory were mostly those that could be cast instantly. Hundreds of arcane missiles came wildly. There were also other second and third circle spells mixed in. Yenaga's avatar was not in the form of a saint, so it was impossible for him to be immune to low-level spells. Under the massive attack frequency, his whole body was almost drowned. Shadow Tentacles Spell Enhancement. More than a dozen tentacles made of energy appeared and entangled the feet of Yenaga's avatar in an instant. Although the enemy soon succeeded in breaking free, it still slowed down the next movement. Soren's sword came. With a strange silver light, the curved sword cut directly to the vital part of the King of Gnolls. Abyss Legion. The Shadow of Death made Yenaga's avatar use his most powerful ability without hesitation. His avatar could have a part of his own power, but his most powerful ability was to summon the demons of the abyss. A portal opened. The breath of a high-grade demon appeared, and there was a faint stench of ghouls. Elemental Legion. Demon Avatar. Since the enemy had already used their ultimate skills, Soren naturally could not fight against all of them. Yenaga's avatar had thick skin. As the avatar of a demon lord, he was almost immune to instant death. He needed some helpers to clean up the demon army summoned by the enemy. Moreover, in terms of the ability to summon minions, Soren was confident that he would not lose to any demon lord. A raging fire appeared. When a giant earth elemental came out, a Balrog with flames all over its body also appeared. Let the flames purify everything. After the Balrog appeared, he raised his hand and threw out a fireball the size of a basin. When he saw the appearance of the Balrog, Cicada, who was not far away, was instantly stunned. Chapter 756. At this moment, everyone's mood was complicated. Yenaga's avatar originally planned to use the unique Abyss Legion summon to turn the tables and kill Soren, but he did not expect the enemy to start summoning support. Those giant elementals that appeared in the material world through the elemental gate were easier to deal with, but the Baler that came out and shouted, "Let the flames purify everything." And at the same time, there was a trace of the demon lord's aura. The Baler was almost at the same level as a demigod. Challenge rating 22+. Even a demon lord like him might not be able to command more than a few, but the enemy in front of him could summon one at will, and it seemed like it did not cost much. Rumble. When the Baler appeared, it was a fireball the size of a wash basin, and then the surrounding temperature rose sharply. This Baler, who seemed to have the aura of a demon lord, directly rushed into the position where the Abyss Legion descended. It swung its huge beheading sword and launched a whirlwind strike. Yenaga's demon subordinates didn't even have a chance to react. As soon as they walked out of the portal, they fell into a sea of fire, and then the huge beheading sword whistled. The power of the demon avatar was much higher than Soren's body, and the giant ghoul summoned was cut in half. Yenaga's avatar was affected by a strong sense of crisis. On the other side, the other people's mood was quite complicated at the moment. At the moment when the legendary monk died, they suddenly realized that the enemy's strength was far beyond their imagination. Many people already had the feeling that they were going to die here. But then an unfathomable rogue suddenly appeared. The two sides fought for a while, and the enemy began to summon the Abyss Legion. The rogue suddenly became more capable of summoning than the spellcasters. Not only did he summon the Baler, but he also made a lot of elementals. Now the situation was about to become a war between demons. Cicada's mood should be the most complicated. As a human who signed a soul contract with the demon avatar, she had a strong feeling when Sauron came to the material plane. However, she had imagined countless ways to meet Sauron again, but she did not expect that the demon she had signed a contract with would be summoned by someone else in such a situation. Furthermore, it seemed to be a summon without any cost, because there was no delay when Soren summoned his demon incarnation. Through the spiritual thread of the soul contract, Cicada could sense that it maintained a weak connection with Soren. Slave contract. This was the biggest possibility the girl could think of. She couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. In her opinion, the powerful Balrog Sauron had bound her with an enslavement contract, and Soren's control over his demon incarnation was similar to an enslavement contract. Who could enslave a powerful Baler? Thinking of this, Cicada's eyes lit up again. Although she did not understand the abyssal demon language of Yenagu, she guessed that Soren might be a god. If Soren was a true god, she began to understand the reason behind the strange changes that had been happening to her body recently. The battle was still going on. However, the situation of Yenaga's incarnation was getting worse and worse. If it weren't for the fact that he was a close combat demon lord, Soren would have already killed him. Even if he summoned the abyssal army, it was just a dying struggle. Sauron's demon incarnation had recently increased his strength. Because he was somewhat anxious, his demon incarnation was integrating with the power of the law of the abyss. That was to say, as a lord of the abyss, he could master a trace of the virtual divinity bestowed by the abyss. This was a special starting point, which was important for Soren's future plans. It was precisely because of this opportunity that the demon incarnation had reached the critical point of evolving into a Baler. Note: for details, please see Chapter 2 of the outer volume. Damn it! The god of half-elves and rogues. I will definitely take revenge. Yenaga's incarnation was finally close to death under Soren's attack. After all, the incarnation was not as good as the main body. Yenaga's main body had the domain of chaos, demonic, evil, and berserk, but the incarnation only inherited one of them, berserk. The main body's summoning of ghouls was a level 7 spell, the summoning of Tana, Re was a level 9 spell, the summoning of Gnolls was a level 9 spell, and the summoning of the demon army was a legendary spell. However, the incarnation only had one summoning spell, and it was only a level 9 spell. This caused the huge army of the demon lord to completely lose its effect. When a real demon lord came, even if he did not open the abyss portal, it was enough to summon an army of demons within a day. Failure was inevitable. Yenaga's incarnation was now thinking about how to let the main body's consciousness retreat, abandon the body now, and ensure the return of a trace of the main body's soul was the most important thing for him. But Soren would never let the divinity in his hands fly away. Summon higher dryads. Yenaga's incarnation may have realized that failure was inevitable. He actually commanded the demons summoned by the Abyss Legion to rush toward Soren frantically, and then prepared to take advantage of the time to let the divinity of the main body withdraw from this body. The Balrog Sauron might be able to kill all the demons, but it was impossible to stop a large number of demons from rushing to Soren's death. At most, he could only trap the most powerful soul judgment demon with the flame whip, and then the other demons had already rushed to Soren's front. However, at this moment, an emerald green aura came from Soren's wrist, and then a beautiful woman in an emerald green dress appeared beside him. This woman looked like an elf, but her breath had the power of nature. She was the leader of the Dryads in the Misty Forest, Karina. Plant domain. The power of a domain was activated, but it was not Soren who activated it, but Karina who was standing beside him with a smile. The leader of the Dryads seemed to be more powerful than when they first met. She was also one of the hosts of the ceremony, and she might have gained more benefits than other Dryads. Now Karina had a trace of divinity on her body. She raised her hand and waved gently, and the plants around her grew wildly. The fragile green grass became tough vines. Not only did they ignore the flames of the demon incarnation, but they also trapped all the enemies in place. Nature's heal. A light full of vitality emerged. Under the emerald green magic aura, the leader of the Dryads waved her hand and healed Soren and the others. She had advanced. It seemed that she had mastered the ability of a nature priest. As a Dryad, she was actually a droll and a priest at the same time. Chapter 757. Sure enough, she was the darling of nature. It was the same plant domain, but Soren's effect was completely incomparable to Karina's ability. All the demons were trapped in place by the vines, and the nearby trees also came to life to trap the enemies with their branches. Soren had rushed to the front of Yenaga's incarnation in an instant, and his curved sword was accompanied by cold light all over the sky, directly slashing at the enemy's vital parts. Slaughter domain. Pucci. Blood gushed out from the wound. Just at the moment when Soren killed Yenaga's incarnation, a soul invisible to the naked eye emerged. This was the soul power from the Knoll King's body, and the divine power that Soren needed most at the moment. Die. The slaughter domain directly blocked the nearby space, and then Soren tried to activate a trace of the power of the death domain. And then in an instant, divine power surged wildly, directly targeting the Knoll King's soul projection as the target. No! A shrill scream sounded, and the soul projection of the King of Knolls was instantly cut into pieces. Not only did the scream come from the material plane, but even in the magnificent palace on the 422nd floor of the abyss, there was a roar full of anger and fear. Part of his soul was killed. If the incarnation of the demon lord was killed, it would affect its strength a little. And if even the soul projection did not come back, the problem would not be a reduction of strength. It would be a drop in level. At this time, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Killed the incarnation of the Knoll King, Yenagu. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 279,000 slaughter EXP. The target has the power of divinity. Extracting the target's power of divinity. You've gained 5 divinity. The target has the power of divinity. Extracting the target's power of divinity. You've gained 1 point of divinity. The incarnation of the demon lord did not have much slaughter EXP. The biggest gain from killing him was the 5 divinity points, and the precious 1 point of divinity. Only by killing Yenaga's body could one obtain a huge amount of slaughter EXP. But the data did not stop, and new data prompts continued to appear below. The target has the aura of fear. Extracting target's fearsome spirit. Your ability Spirit of Fear has been strengthened. Obtained a trace of divinity of fear. Yenagu also has the divinity of fear. Could it be that after the death of the Dread Lord, he also seeped a trace of his domain into it? However, gnolls seem to be creatures that spread slaughter and fear to many races. It seemed that Yenaga's ambition was not small. There was a row of data prompts at the back. The target has Berserk Divinity. Divinity compatibility 31%. The compatibility with the main body was too low. Demon incarnation compatibility 78%. Divine power conversion. Extract and transform the target's remaining violent divine power. The demon incarnation has mastered the Berserk domain. Domain power? With the death of Yenaga's avatar, a divine power that was rejected by Soren's body emerged. However, he couldn't absorb this power himself, but the demon incarnation had a good fusion ability. With a trace of divine light, the demon incarnation actually grasped the first domain ability, Berserk Domain. The battle was over. The demons summoned by Yeenagu were cleaned up, and Soren also cancelled the summoning of the demon incarnation. Now there was only the leader of the Dryads, Karina, by his side. He glanced at the other survivors, and then his eyes fell on the girl, Cicada, and the young Blade Master. After a moment of silence, Soren said slowly, "Let's get out of here first." The mage's hand. The artifact flail on the corpse of Yeenagu's avatar fell into the palm of Soren. He quickly walked out, and the others looked at each other and followed. The movement here may have alarmed a lot of people, so it was better to leave here first. The artifact was in his hand. Soren had just gotten the flail of time, ice, and noticed a familiar divine power. It was the power of the massacre god. The flail of time used to be the most notorious weapon of the massacre god. When this weapon had 5 heads, it even killed the chief priest who had inherited most of the divine power of the massacre god. When it first got 3 heads, the flail of time had ended countless powerful enemies in the hands of the massacre god. Item type: Flail of Time, ice, incomplete. Item grade: Grade 1 artifact. Item description: This is a part of a legendary artifact. Because the power of the other 4 parts is incomplete, the power it can exert is not as good as a legendary equipment. However, its potential is amazing. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the entire material plane, if anyone can gather all 5 heads of the Flail of Time, he can have the terrible power to kill gods and demons. The massacre god once used this weapon and killed the last enemy of the War of Gods with it. This weapon has been stained with God's blood, and there is a residual murderous aura on it. Note: this artifact still has the power of the massacre god. Requirements: Strength 14 or above, strength requirement +2. Effects: Artifact characteristic: God's blood, frost damage, armor break, cripple, +3 sharpness, +5 toughness, +10 armor break, +5 bone break. Weapon effect: Artifact characteristic. This weapon is a legendary artifact. It cannot be destroyed by normal means and is also immune to disintegration. Only legendary disintegration has a 1% chance of destroying this artifact, but the one who destroys it must also suffer the backlash of the divine power. Weapon effect: God's blood. This weapon has been soaked in the blood of countless high-level demons, demigods, false gods, and even real gods. Some powerful beings who once coveted the massacre god's title also died in its hands. Even if this is only a part of the artifact, the Flail of Time is still soaked in the power of the god's blood. Weapon effect: Frost damage. This is the ice head among the 5 heads of the Flail of Time. As only 1/5 of the parts have been repaired, this weapon can only exert a weak power. When it comes into contact with any enemy, it will cause an additional 5 frost damage to the target and affect the enemy's movement to a certain extent. Weapon effect: Armor break. As a 5-headed Flail of Time, the Flail of Time has a terrible armor-breaking ability. Even if only one of the heads is equipped, it can easily break through most armor. H-Flail could ignore all armors below the Transcendence level, including full-body armors that couldn't block its attack. When the 5 heads of the Flail of Time are fully assembled, its armor-breaking ability will be further enhanced. Even legendary-level armor will not be able to protect it from damage. Weapon effect: Cripple. The Flail of Time has a terrible lethality. When attacking the enemy, there is a certain chance of crippling the target directly. When the target is attacked by the Flail of Time, the target must undergo a compulsory test of toughness. Otherwise, the movement speed and attack speed will be reduced because of the cripple. The number of the heads of the Flail of Time determines the power of the ability. A familiar power. It was the power left behind by the massacre bloodline on this divine weapon. The Flail of Time was in the era when the massacre deity was active, and its wielder had killed many other massacre deities. That was why Soren felt a trace of divine power from the massacre domain on this weapon. Ice head. Poison head. Soren had now collected 2 parts of the Flail of Time. If he fused them together, the Flail of Time could become a grade 2 divine weapon. Flail of Time, ice poison. If he could get another head of the Flail of Time, then the grade 3 divine weapon Flail of Time would surpass all the divine weapons in Soren's hands. The Holy Avenger's level was higher than the Flail of Time. However, if the Flail of Time with 5 heads was assembled, no other weapon would be able to deal more damage than it. And the damage would be more stable. This was because Soren remembered the effect of the Flail of Time with 5 heads. Each attack deals an additional 10 points of ice damage, 10 points of poison damage, 10 points of lightning damage, 10 points of fire damage, and 10 points of strong acid damage. Regardless of whether the user's strength was high or low, as long as the Flail of Time took a hit, the user would have to endure 50 points of additional attribute damage first. Chapter 758. Mordor City. It was a relatively busy and fulfilling day. Apart from the faint salted fish smell floating in the air above the city, there wasn't anything too troublesome. During this time, everyone was full. The price of fresh fish in the tavern had fallen to 1/3 of the original price. Basically, every household in the city of Mordor had stored some fresh fish, and the rest was urgently made into salted fish and air-dried fish. Soren could still make fish floss with some effort, but a god should not put his energy into it at all. Therefore, Mordor's way of dealing with fish floss was to make dried salted fish. This was the easiest way, and there was no need to worry about table salt in the coastal areas. Some of the low-grade wizard apprentices in the city of Mordor had already begun to study alchemy. For alchemy, purifying table salt was only the most basic thing. However, at present, the difficulty of purification was still relatively high. It was not a problem to make white table salt on a small scale. On a large scale, it was still slightly bitter sea salt. The high-level core of the city of Mordor did not have the energy and time to spend on such trivial matters. Maybe in the future, they would consider the application of high-end alchemy to the people's livelihood. This should be the best time for the slaves and laborers in the city of Mordor. Every day after work, they could eat enough. Not only could they eat fish for every meal, but they could also find a variety of fresh seafood from the big pot. At this time, people did not like to eat this stuff. Many of them were given to slaves as junk food. The days passed by like this. Counting with his fingers, it was getting closer and closer to the second wave of the abyss demons that Soren secretly told them. On this day, something happened in the city of Mordor. It was noon. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, and then this light crossed the sky like a meteor and fell directly to a row of buildings on the left side of the city of Mordor. Ha! In the half-elf temple in the center of the city of Mordor, the figure of the chief priest appeared out of thin air. She looked up at the sky with confusion and murmured, "Divinity from the sky?" The pale golden light was not very conspicuous during the day. This light fell directly into a tall building, and then all the light disappeared as if everything just now was an illusion. Teleportation spell. The chief priestess, who was dressed in a white robe, instantly teleported to the spot where the divine light landed. Then she glanced at the Jian clan in front of her and murmured, "Saruman?" The location where the light of divinity fell was the second largest laboratory in Mordor City. This was a forbidden area for ordinary people, because there were many dangerous plants growing here. The light of divinity fell on the sky above Saruman's laboratory. With the strength of the chief priest, he could clearly see the pale golden light inside through the magic light. The radiance of divinity. At the same time, a ray of light also rose from the central mansion of Mordor City. And then Gloria's figure also appeared next to the chief priest. What happened? Gloria's expression seemed a little confused. She had always been in charge of the defense circle of Mordor City, so the energy fluctuation just now could not escape her eyes. The chief priest's expression was rather solemn as he slowly said, "Saruman seems to have obtained some incredible opportunity." Gloria was startled when she heard this. She immediately sensed the changes in the laboratory. Alchemy laboratory. Saruman's expression at the moment was sluggish. Everything that just happened was completely instantaneous. Even he himself had not figured out what was going on until now. He only felt a trace of golden light falling into his body, and then his whole mind underwent an amazing change. It was as if his brain was suddenly enlightened. Many things that he did not understand before could now be understood clearly, and inexplicably, He had an extra spell. Heavenly spell. This was not a high-level spell, but it was not invented by Saruman. It was a spell given to him by God, or the power of law. This? Saruman looked at his hands in surprise, and then his eyes fell on the test bench in front of him. This was a result of his recent research. A simpler and more efficient fertilizer. Because of the purification of alchemy, it seemed to have a hint of pale gold. These small particles were the crystallization of Saruman's third experiment. The yield and effect were much higher than the original simple fertilizer. Of course, these alchemy fertilizers were not for crops. As an ambitious wizard, how could Saruman be willing to be a farmer? He purified this fertilizer to further cultivate mutated plants. In short, this was a fertilizer with a trace of magic to improve one's combat power. But something unexpected happened. When this alchemy result was completed, he was directly reflected by a spell from the world. And at the same time, he faintly discovered that there was an extra trace of divinity in his body. Incredible! Although Saruman's strength improved rapidly after the research, divinity was still something that he yearned for. There was a trace of expectation in his heart. Saruman slowly pushed the door of the laboratory open. In front of him appeared the figure of the chief priest and Gloria. Even if he had just obtained a heavenly spell and a trace of divinity, Saruman still knew that he needed to remain humble at this moment. So he bowed slightly to the two legendary women in front of him and said, "Your Excellency Gloria, Your Excellency Chief Priest. Did the situation just now disturb you?" The chief priest saw more than Gloria. She smiled and said, "Congratulations. It seems that you have gone further than us." Saruman maintained his humility, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. He knew very well that even if he had obtained a trace of divinity, he was still an insignificant figure to the supreme ruler of Motor City, Soren. He had just obtained a new starting point, and he was still far away from the future. "Let's see what ability you have obtained." The chief priest smiled and turned her gaze to Gloria, who was a little confused, indicating that she would understand what happened next. Saruman nodded and said, "Yes. I also just realized something. Maybe the two of you can give me some pointers." Some small pale golden particles appeared in Saruman's palm. This was the result of his research. It was a more efficient fertilizer for cultivating magic plants, and it was also a casting material for a new spell he had just obtained. Incredible! The new spell was actually cast with this result as the core material. Fertility. A faint magic aura emerged. With the magic aura emerging from Saruman's body, the pale golden particles dissipated with the wind, and then turned into a little light and fell into the soil in front of him. There was no change. At least it seemed that there was no change, but the people present were not ordinary people. The chief priest's expression suddenly became serious, and then she smiled and said, "Congratulations." This was the second time she said congratulations. The ground did not seem to have changed much, but in fact, it had changed. The land had become more fertile. It wasn't an offensive spell. The effect of the spell was to use the experimental results that Saruman had just completed as materials to cast an effect similar to fertility, making the barren land more fertile. It did not look good. But the meaning of this was very deep. Because this belonged to the realm of the gods, Saruman's research had begun to feed back to the material plane. The Temple of Agriculture had taken away the first batch of fertilizers he had developed, and had begun to promote them in many places. The field and clergy of the goddess of agriculture included fertility. On the other hand, the core of Saruman's god-given spell was a vague fertility. This was an ability that belonged to the fertile domain, but it was more of an unnatural domain. It was a result of human effort. This was the feedback of the laws and mortals. It seemed that the first batch of fertilizers that Saruman made had begun to give him some information that belonged to the realm of the gods. As the high priest who was in charge of the temple for Soren, the chief priest saw more things. What Saruman got was not just a spell and a little divinity, but a ladder that might allow him to become a god. Fertility field. This seemed to be a new field. If Saruman could further affect reality and gain a little faith for himself, then he might be able to master the fertility clergy. It was a priesthood that could affect all farming races. Maybe it was not strong enough. But for a mortal, it was already a great opportunity. Note: Saruman gained 1 point of divinity and the spell fertility. The material plane had its own rules. Just like the Droll, who was active in the desert of death all year round, they might be able to become tree shepherds through natural feedback and master the plant field. What happened to Saruman now was a kind of feedback from the material plane. It was a seemingly insignificant feedback. However, it was the latter that Saruman used to become a god. This was the orthodox way for the natives of the material plane to ascend to godhood. After gaining this point of divinity, Saruman had the possibility to become a demigod. By influencing the entire material plane little by little, he could gradually accumulate the original divinity and then slowly transform into a demigod. Without the help of other gods, this process might take up to 100 years. After becoming a demigod, Saruman would need to establish a small church of his own, or an organization that would serve and follow him. This way, he would slowly cultivate the power of divinity, and after 100 years, he would step into the realm of a false god. At this time, if he publicly announced that he was a god, he would be attacked by other churches as a false god. But if he continued to develop slowly and continued to spend hundreds of years accumulating his own strength and faith, when his existence had been known and accepted by more and more mortals and gods, Saruman, whose strength had reached the critical point, could ascend to godhood, master the fertility field and clergy, and finally become a minor divine power god. Of course, the premise of all this was that he could live, his divinity and field would not be plundered by other gods, and he would not die in the hands of powerful legendary adventurers. The time spent during this period could be as long as hundreds of years. In the long history of the material plane, there were also some mortals who became divine creatures through this opportunity, and then slowly entered the realm of gods. Some of the minor divine power gods in the Pantheon Temple appeared in this way. However, these minor divine power gods were very weak. After becoming a true god, they often needed to serve and follow some powerful gods, so that they could ensure their own safety and not be killed by other gods who coveted their power and clergy. If there was no avatar crisis, Saruman might have been absorbed by the gods with the fertility clergy as their servant or subordinate god, just like the minor divine goddesses who were sheltered by the goddess of agriculture. One of them was the spiritual incarnation of nature, a minor divine goddess who was promoted from a divine water spirit hundreds of years ago. However, it was now the time of the avatar crisis, a period of great danger but also full of opportunities. If Saruman could get the help of other gods, then the time for him to accumulate divinity and clergy would be greatly reduced. For some powerful gods, hundreds of years of accumulation was just a matter of spending a little power to promote. People like him who had the seed of divinity were far easier to become gods than other mortals, and the cost of promoting him was much smaller. Saruman had a very high starting point, but the foundation of this starting point was not stable. He must first master the power of the fertility realm before it was possible to further touch the realm of gods. As a wizard, Saruman was still a little weak. Although his strength had improved rapidly during this period, his wizard profession level was only about level 17, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the realm of the legendary realm. Without touching the threshold of the legendary realm, it was difficult for him to become a real divine creature. Even with today's opportunity, he needed to make a lot of effort to enter the legendary realm, and then it was possible to peak at the threshold of the demigod realm. There was no doubt. Saruman was very lucky because it was the Pantheon of Agriculture who was responsible for promoting the fertilizer he made. The operation of a church was a bit special in itself, and it was naturally completely different for those mortals who were affected by the fertilizer. If these things were handed over to a chamber of commerce to operate, then the mortals who received the fertilizer would not have some belief changes that were biased towards the realm of gods. Saruman would not have been able to get the divinity that he had today, let alone peek into the realm of gods so easily. No matter what, he was indeed standing on a new level now. As a mortal who had the potential to become a god, the city of Moder would definitely give him more attention and resources in the future. PS 2-in-1 chapter. The extras have been updated. Chapter 759. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It had been some time since he killed the incarnation of Yeenagu, the king of gnolls. Although Soren saved the girl who signed a contract with the demon incarnation, he did not stay with her for too long. After spending a day talking to the young sword saint about the whirlwind, Soren was ready to deal with other things and return to Mordor as soon as possible. The flail of time, ice, naturally needed to be taken away. It was impossible for him to give this artifact to the monastery. As for the arrangement of Cicada, Soren naturally had a corresponding way. It could be regarded as planting his own line in the Eastern Kingdom. Mastering some of the sword saint's skills was not enough for Soren to get the information of the whirlwind again. But he had faintly touched the threshold. Perhaps it would not take long for him to understand it. The reason why Soren was in a hurry to go back was because of Saruman's opportunity. Gloria immediately sent a magic message to Soren, and Soren immediately realized that this was an opportunity. An opportunity to cultivate a god. The power that Saruman mastered should be related to the fertile domain. This domain ability could be compatible with most of the divine systems. Soren himself had the half-elf divine title. That was to say, the ability of farming could be planned within the scope of Soren's divine title. If Saruman had the potential to be cultivated, Soren intended to make him his own god. In other words, Soren would give him divinity and divinity to promote him to a minor divine power. In this way, Saruman's power came from Soren, and Soren could even take back this power when he paid a price. This kind of control was not very serious, but it was a win-win for both sides. After obtaining a new god, Soren was no longer alone. It was equivalent to establishing a divine system. A divine system. Perhaps it was still very far away for Soren now, but it was definitely not completely unimaginable. Soren's current divinity value was 90 points. Because he gave a part of the divinity to Vivian, he only had 36 points. His divinity value was very close to intermediate divinity. Although there was still a long way to go, it was not impossible to accumulate divinity after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. In this way, Soren could enter the range of intermediate divine power during the Avatar crisis. Intermediate divine power, which was almost the standard of a small divine system. When the goddess of ocean was still a medium divine power, she had already begun to cultivate her own gods and followers. One or two more reliable, weak divine power helpers were also very important for the struggle between the gods. Vivian was definitely going to become a god. At present, the little girl was trying her best to absorb the power of the divinity given by Soren. After all, the natives were still not comparable to him. Even if Vivian's talent was far beyond the level of the Son of God, it was still a bit difficult for her to integrate the power of the divinity and shorten the hundreds of years for others to a few months. At present, Vivian's integration progress was not fast. She was now between demigod and false god. If she wanted to really become a god, she had to jump out of the framework brought by the talent of the Son of Fear. Divinity was far more difficult to absorb than divinity. In the past, Vivian was forced to go into a deep sleep to absorb divinity. Although her power was much stronger now, it was a bit difficult to complete the integration of the divinity this year. From a demigod to a true god in a year. If it was someone else, it would definitely be a frightening speed, but it was still too slow for Soren. In a short time, Soren could only rely on his own strength to deal with changes. The seeds must be planted in advance to be able to harvest the rich fruits. Soren valued Saruman's potential. Perhaps it was not an ability in the field of battle, but his potential was very useful in the long run. Although there was a lot of land in the outer islands, it could not be compared to the mainland, and the land was not as fertile as the mainland. With the help of Saruman's power, he might be able to change a lot of the situation. The world was always changing. If Saruman had the potential to be cultivated, Soren would not be stingy with a little divinity to promote him. Since he planned to rush back to the outer islands, the trip to the eastern countries should be over for the time being. However, Soren still had an important task, and that was to find a way to kidnap the legendary puppeteer girl back. There was less than half a month left before the second wave of the Abyss demons. Soren decided to use a simpler and more violent method. That was to reveal his identity. He was going to send an invitation to the legendary puppeteer girl as a true god, asking her to travel to Mordor City, and then decide whether to further cooperate with Sauron. If she was still unwilling to cooperate after going to Mordor City, he could only consider whether he needed to use force in the end. For now, the most important thing was to kidnap her back first. He was very lucky. When Sauron returned to the first town again, the legendary puppeteer girl had already returned. This time, Sauron did not hide his power, but directly came to her in the form of a saint, and told her the gap in strength and status in the most intuitive way. Your Excellency. When the two met again, the legendary puppeteer Alice finally understood the gap between the two. Although she had guessed Sauron's identity, and even went to see the Eastern Princess some time ago, when Sauron's real identity appeared in front of her, Alice's face still couldn't hide her surprise. Damn, this was a true god. If it weren't for the outbreak of the Avatar, it would be unlikely for mortals to see the avatar of a god in their lifetime. What do you think of my proposal? Sauron ignored the girl's surprised expression, but went straight to the point. Some of the knowledge you have is very important to me, and there is also a lot of knowledge in Mordor City that I think will be very useful to you. We found a wizard tower in the Shadow Plane, which is a relatively well-preserved wizard tower from the Arcane Empire. We also found a strange half-plane in the lock of the wizard tower. Recently, I also found an underground relic during one of my travels, and brought out an elemental furnace that can function normally. I believe that as a puppeteer who has studied the knowledge of the Arcane Empire, you should know what I mean. This is a sincere invitation. If you feel that it is of no help to you after arriving at Mordor City, I can guarantee that you can leave at any time. In the name of the gods. In order to abduct this girl to Mordor City, Sauron had spent a lot of money, and he even used the name of the gods as a guarantee. He was a god of the lawful alignment. Although he was inclined to the evil realm, if he didn't do this kind of thing, it would cause his own divine alignment to deviate. The gods couldn't deny themselves. The best result now was that the legendary puppeteer in front of him was very satisfied after arriving at Mordor City. Otherwise, if he forced her to stay in Mordor City, Sauron might be in a dilemma. However, he still had a little confidence in this. After all, there was a lot of black technology stored in Mordor City. Lock, wizard tower, war chess plane, elemental furnace. Sauron didn't believe that none of these things could attract the puppeteer girl in front of him. She had the black technology of the Arcane Empire in her hands, so she must know the power that this knowledge represented. Similarly, she would also be interested in other black technologies of the Arcane Empire. The mana power armor in the wizard tower was much more powerful than the girl's dolls she made. These girls' dolls were at most level 16, but the mana power armor was above level 21, and there was also a mana combat thaling above level 25. After listening to Sauron's words, Alice was obviously lost in thought. Sauron didn't lie to her. At least the spell to detect lies told her that Sauron had just told the truth. So after learning that there were so many good things in Mordor City, she was quite tempted. However, leaving a familiar place and going to a more distant overseas area rashly, it wasn't that easy either. It was difficult for her to make a decision in a short time, and the attitude of the Eastern Princess was also uncertain, but Sauron seemed to be in a hurry. The girl was a little hesitant for a while. So she turned her eyes to the head maid Lilith, who was listening carefully, and whispered, "Lilith, what do you think?" Unbelievable. She actually asked for the opinion of the girl doll she made for such an important thing. The head maid's expression was very serious. The strange silver-white metal was very soft and tough, which allowed her to show a very human-like expression. The head maid bowed slightly and said seriously, "If this mister can guarantee the safety of the master, maybe we can go to the place called Mordor City to have a look." Lilith also wants to see other high-level creatures, including the legendary Thaling. Thaling. This was an alchemy creature that could only be made by high-level legendary wizards. They were very powerful and smart high-level creatures. Thaling creatures could be seen in the south of the continent, and Thaling creatures were even rarer in the Eastern Kingdom, which was full of chaotic magic energy. Although the alchemy dolls made by the puppeteer were very delicate and powerful, they were still a lot worse than Thaling. Thaling was at least a legendary alchemy creature, and its ability was much stronger than these girl dolls. Alice couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, she turned her eyes to Soren again, but not at Soren, but at another girl doll sleeping on his shoulder. She said seriously, "Chris, don't sleep in anymore. What do you think of Mr. Soren's proposal?" The divine doll named Chris slowly opened her eyes. She raised her silver-white little hand and rubbed her eyes as if she hadn't woken up yet. Then she muttered, "It's boring to stay in one place all the time. Maybe it's good to go out and have a look." "Alice, I remember you said last time that you wanted to travel to the astral plane. There are even places in the material plane that you haven't been to. Why don't you travel to the material plane first, and then consider going to the astral plane?" Unbelievable. The golem master girl named Alice had actually asked for the opinions of the golem dolls she had created. Moreover, these female dolls had even given her an answer with a straight face. At this moment, Soren was really curious about how she made these girls' dolls. "Okay then." After listening to the two girls, Alice couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then she said seriously, "Mr. Soren, I'm willing to go to the outer islands with you. I hope it won't disappoint me." As soon as she said that, the head maid standing on the desk next to her, Lilith, moved and said with a serious expression, "Molly's Tilth, Linus, get ready to pack up. And you, Chris, don't be lazy. Since you've decided to go on a long journey, then pack up your own things." The other female dolls immediately started moving. They seemed to be a little lively at this moment. Not only did they pack up all kinds of things, but they also said with a slightly fluctuating voice, "Are we going on a trip? Can we see the sea? Molly's You should go pack up our things. Leave this to me." The group of girls happily busied themselves. The divine doll girl Chrissy, who had been lying lazily on Soren's shoulder, also got up. She flew to the cabinet on the right side of the wall very seriously, then opened a small drawer, and then took out a set of clothes and shoes from it. They were all very small clothes, only the size of 2 or 3 fingers, but they were so lifelike. The workmanship was exquisite, and it was unknown which top tailor made them. Chris had a total of 3 sets of clothes, all of which were made uniforms, but the color was slightly different. The girl carefully folded these pocket-sized clothes and put them in a box that was half the size of Soren's palm. Then she flew back to the desk with one hand and cheerfully said, "It's done. I've finished packing my things." On the other side, the girl named Lilith also flew over. She struggled to carry a few small boxes and put them on the desk. Then she made a very anthropomorphic expression of wiping sweat with her hand. Although she was an alchemy life form, she did not sweat at all. This was the result of their learning from the outside world. They imitated the words and actions of humans, and gradually formed their own personal characteristics. It was said that alchemy life forms who stayed with humans for a long time were more likely to develop emotional characteristics, and they would not be as cold as machines. Soren was dumbfounded by what he saw. With the help of the group of girls, the luggage was quickly packed up. Alice put a thick book under her arm, then took out a heavy suitcase with one hand. First, she put many of her own books in it, then carefully put the small boxes that contained the girls' luggage on the side. Then she looked up at Soren and smiled gently. "It's done. We're ready. Let's go. P.S. This volume is finished. I'll start writing a new volume tomorrow." Chapter 760. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. As February approached, the spring of the Frost Kingdom was about to arrive. The snow on the roads had begun to melt, and as the temperature rose, the floating ice became less and less. People began to appear in the fields to get busy. Because of regional reasons, the crops in the Frost Kingdom were all in one season. They started sowing in February and March, and harvested in July and August. The remaining months of the year were used to plant other things. The royal family of Arendelle had ruled this land for a long time. If it had not been affected by the Avatar crisis, the tradition here would have lasted for a long time. On this day, the weather should be pretty good, but the weather could change as quickly as a woman's mood. It was the end of January. It was less than 4 or 5 days before the arrival of February. On this day, there seemed to be no change in Arundel, but in the afternoon, there was a sudden exclamation from the people at the entrance of the market. Then many people looked up at the tower at the top of the palace, where a silver-white beam of light had risen. The light went straight into the sky for a while, and then slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. What happened at the palace? People were puzzled. Many people were also alarmed by this phenomenon, and inquired about the news inside the palace. About half an hour later, suddenly, a little girl's voice sounded at the entrance of the market, seemingly cheerful. "It's snowing." Pieces of snowflakes fell from the sky. At this time, the weather in the Frost Kingdom had warmed up. It was unexpected that there would be snow so close to the arrival of spring. Looking at the scale of the snowflakes falling, the snow would probably be quite heavy. "It's snowing. It's really snowing." The residents of Arundel had long been accustomed to winter. They were not surprised by the arrival of the heavy snow, but they postponed their scheduled work for a few days. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. At the same time, at Port Tylon, the first stop on the way to the outer islands, Soren's figure had appeared at the port with a girl in a wide cloak. Half of the girl's face was covered, and only her fair and beautiful chin could be seen. She had a thick book under her arm, and a lifelike girl doll sat on her shoulder. Similar to the female puppeteer in front of him, the delicate female doll also looked at Port Tylon in front of her with curious eyes. From time to time, she would move a few times under the hood of the cloak, and then a small head popped out to look around, and then retracted under the command of the serious head maid. "Is this the Southern Sea region?" Alice looked at the bustling port with surprise. She whispered, "It is indeed much more prosperous than the Eastern kingdoms." The girl didn't let all the dolls come out. The one lying on her shoulder was Chris. It seemed that this divine girl could always get more indulgence and preferential treatment. Although the head maid was Lilith, Soren only recently found out that Chris was Alice's first doll. However, even Alice herself didn't expect her first product to be such a funny one. Since then, Chris had always been the most special one among all the female dolls. Port Tylon was indeed much more prosperous than before. But compared to Port Mordor, there was still a big gap. Soren just smiled slightly when he heard this. He didn't compare the two. Anyway, when Alice arrived at the city of Mordor, she would naturally feel the difference there. Soren still had great confidence in this city that he had spent countless efforts to build. Although the city of Mordor had only been established for a short period of time, relying on the huge infusion of resources, it had long been comparable to those cities that had been established for hundreds of years, and the vitality of the city was incomparable to other places. "Wow! It's snowing! Come out and see! It's snowing!" Chris looked around on Alice's shoulder. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, and then flew up into the air. She happily circled around Soren and Alice and said excitedly, "It's snowing! It's snowing! Lilith, come out quickly!" The climate of the Eastern Kingdoms was similar to that of subtropical regions. The severe desertification made many places in the Eastern Kingdoms unable to see snow for decades. Alice also seemed to be in a good mood. The girl reached out and took off the hood on her cloak, then spread out her white palms to catch the falling snowflakes. Girl dolls in maid costumes flew out one by one. They were like flower fairies dancing in the snow quite happily. Even Lilith, who had always been strict, opened her palms to catch the snowflakes, and then looked at the distant sea with a very human-like expression. Is this the sea? These girl dolls had their own personalities, and Soren even felt that they had their own independent thoughts. However, at this time, Soren's attention was not here. When he realized that it was snowing, he could not help but extend his spirit to the sky. And then he found a fluctuation of divine power coming from the distant north. The Frost Kingdom. Arundel, the palace. This fluctuation of power came from the Princess Royal. Soren had always remembered the unique fluctuation of power of the Princess Royal. The city of Moder. Gloria's figure came out of the laboratory. She looked up at the sky in confusion and murmured, "It's snowing. Why is it snowing all of a sudden?" The city of wizards. At the top of the towering tower, an old man with a snow-white beard came out. He reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, then stood on the astrology platform. After a while he murmured, "What an unexpected snow!" The Eastern Kingdom. In a large city called the Eastern Capital, in a magnificent palace, a charming woman lying lazily on a pure golden throne suddenly stood up. She was wearing an exquisite silk dress, which vaguely looked like an oriental dancer. This gorgeous woman with a beautiful face stepped barefoot in the air and appeared outside the hall in the blink of an eye. She looked up at the sky and spread her white palms to catch the falling snowflakes in the air. She frowned slightly and said, "The goddess of snow? Even the Eastern Kingdom has been affected." It was a very peaceful day. There was almost no earth-shattering event, but on this day, it snowed in the entire material plane. White snow, dark red blood. Fate seemed to have begun everything with poetry. Chapter 761. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle, the Palace. Although the beam of light that rose in the sky only lasted for a short time, it still attracted the attention of many people. Princess Anna, who had begun to deal with the government affairs of Arendelle in the main hall of the palace, quickly noticed the abnormality. She realized that the beam of light was rising from the tower where her sister was staying, so she immediately put down the documents in her hand and walked towards the tower with a little worry. As the scope of the Avatar crisis was getting larger and larger, even ordinary people were aware of the abnormality. Now Princess Anna understood why Soren was worried about the future. Perhaps her beloved man had already foreseen the arrival of the Avatar crisis. From the moment the demons appeared, Princess Anna had officially taken over the government affairs of Arendelle. At present, most of the government affairs were handled by her. Princess Royal began to retreat after assisting Soren to kill the god of the hunt, Malor. After the demons appeared, she handed over most of the government affairs to her sister and devoted herself to the control of power. She had foreseen something. The Frost Kingdom was facing a huge challenge, and this challenge required her to have enough power to deal with it. "Sister." Princess Anna came to the door of the tower. She knocked gently on the door and then retracted her finger in surprise. The door was very cold, and the frozen ice could be seen through the crack of the door. At this moment, in the room of the tower, everything had been frozen. The figure of Princess Royal was standing in the center. As if she heard the sound outside the door, she opened her eyes and said slowly, "Anna? I'm fine. I'll be out in a while." Princess Royal waved her hand gently, and the ice in the room dissipated with the wind. This was caused by her overflowing divine power. After a while, Princess Royal slowly opened the door and smiled. "It's okay. It was just a small problem. Now that it's solved, we shouldn't encounter such problems in the future." Princess Anna relaxed a lot when she heard this, but her expression was still a little worried. She reached out and hugged her sister and whispered, "What happened?" Princess Royal did not answer, but gently reached out and stroked Princess Anna's forehead. She gently shook her head and said, "It's okay. Let's go down for a walk." He did not know why. At this moment, Princess Royal felt much more amiable. She didn't give people the illusion of distance and rejection like before. Since the mysterious disappearance of Princess Royal, Princess Anna felt that her sister had become much more difficult to approach than before. She even had an inexplicable sense of crisis. Although she firmly believed that her elder sister would never hurt her, that feeling lingered. Now Princess Royal no longer had that feeling. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Her elder sister was still the same elder sister, a kind, peaceful, and warm aura. At this moment, the eldest princess let out a sigh of relief. After paying a certain price, she had finally resolved the crisis on her body. Ever since he mysteriously disappeared and returned, the power in her body was getting stronger and stronger, and in the end, she even showed signs of losing control. To put it simply, the amount of divine power she possessed had already exceeded the limits of what she could handle. For example, Princess Royal's divinity could not contain that much divine power. Soren's divine power could not keep up with the progress of the divinity's capacity. Princess Royal's divine power exceeded the upper limit of the divinity's capacity, so sometimes she could not control her own power. With her divinity's capacity, she could hold at most 200 or 300 points of divine power, but the divine power she possessed had reached more than 2 or 3 times. If it weren't for the fact that her profession level was above level 30, and she was a powerful warlock, Princess Royal's power would have been in trouble long ago. However, after killing Malor, the god of the hunt, Princess Royal had been supplemented by the power of the divinity. After completing the fusion, she had also increased the capacity of her divinity's capacity. But this was still not enough. After completely erasing the residual consciousness of the divinity, Princess Royal chose a more direct way to balance her divine power. That was to disperse the excess power. The pillar of light that had just risen was Princess Royal's excess divine power. If this divine power were to erupt directly, it would probably be able to freeze the whole of Arendelle. With Princess Royal's ability, it was not an exaggeration to say that she could freeze 1,000 miles. The royal family of Arendelle had always been regarded as the descendants of the ice goddess. They often awaken great power across generations. Princess Royal was one of the best, and the power she inherited was at the top of the material plane. In order to avoid the raging divine power from causing a devastating disaster to Arendelle, after completing a certain degree of divinity fusion, Princess Royal decided to disperse the excess divine power. She raised her divine power to the sky and turned it into ice and snow that covered a large area. This prevented her dissipating divine power from directly freezing Arendelle. It also solved the situation where she had too much divine power and could not control it. Sometimes more power was not better. Only the power within one's control could one exert the greatest combat power. Moreover, these divine power did not belong to Princess Royal at all, but the divine power of ice and snow brought about by a fortuitous encounter. The ice in the room was the result of the dissipation of power. Princess Royal had been very careful to control her power, fearing that she would accidentally freeze the palace. Now she had finally dispersed the excess divine power. Although she felt quite tired, her expression seemed very relaxed. Now her combat power had not decreased but increased. The application of her own power had begun to move towards the realm of the gods. If she was willing to become a god, she might be able to directly advance to minor divine power. But Princess Royal's ambition was definitely not limited to this. She did not intend to become a god with minor divine power. It was not easy to advance blindly after becoming a god. Soren was a special case. She needed to accumulate enough power and then become a god above the level of minor divine power, or even directly become a god with intermediate divine power. Although the divine power that Princess Royal dispersed temporarily affected the climate of the material plane, there was no direct damage. However, it didn't cause any direct damage, which was undoubtedly the best outcome. What she needed to do next was to continue increasing the power of her quintessence. This was similar to Soren. The divine power that Princess Royal inherited was quite amazing, but the divine power was far from the requirements of her strength. However, Princess Royal had more obvious advantages than Soren. She had a clear enemy, Winter Maiden. This enemy's divine power and divine power could be completely absorbed by her, because they were very compatible. As long as she defeated Winter Maiden, Princess Royal could reach the level of minor divine power at any time. Chapter 762. The heavy snow only lasted for one day. The next day was a big sunny day. This abnormal climate was called ice and snow mutation. Many people temporarily turned their attention to Arendelle, secretly inquiring whether the sudden heavy snow that affected the entire material plane had anything to do with the legendary Princess Royal. Soren didn't pay much attention to this, because he knew that this was caused by the Princess Royal. It seemed to be related to her huge divine power value. With the ability of the Princess Royal, the situation yesterday should have solved the crisis. Soren wanted to win over the legendary puppeteer girl, so he didn't mind stopping for a while to show his strength. In terms of the power of the material plane, Soren was confident that he would not be much worse than the Eastern Princess, so he needed to show his worth in front of Alice and try to win her over to his side as much as possible. If he had her help, the speed of studying the alchemy technology of the arcane empire would be much faster. The third day, Soren arrived at the city of Mordor. Alice was undoubtedly very shocked by the city of Mordor, which was more prosperous than Port Tylon. And when she learned that the city had just been built, the girl's expression was even more incredible. This was a special city. As soon as she arrived here, Alice felt the unique atmosphere of the city. It was full of vitality and vitality. Even the eyes of the lower-class civilians were full of hope for the future, unlike the numb eyes in other places. Well, the city was also shrouded in a strong fishy smell. Soren was also stunned when he came back. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact he still had a little bit of mysophobia. Otherwise, the planning of the city of Mordor wouldn't have been so much beyond this era. Many of the useless plans in the eyes of the indigenous people were to improve the environment of the city of Mordor. But now his city was shrouded in a strong fishy smell. Gloria didn't inform him of such a small thing as the migration of fish, so when Soren came back, he saw the whole port was hung up with dried fish. That sour expression. Alright then. These trivial matters could be ignored. Since Soren had brought Alice back, the rest of the matters would naturally be left to Gloria and the fallen witch. They were the masters who had mastered the knowledge of the arcane empire. Whether or not he could keep Alice here would depend on the performance of these two legendary witches. Also, he had to hand over the mask he had obtained, which was engraved with the simulacrum spell, to them so that Gloria could analyze the spell much faster than Soren. The first meeting between the two sides was very friendly. Gloria was obviously very surprised by the small girl doll made by Alice. There was even a glimmer of light in her eyes. Such a cute and small girl doll was indeed very attractive. The first time he saw the laboratory in Motor City, the sorcerer's tower in the Shadow Plane, and the elemental furnace that was being rebuilt, Alice also had a shocked expression on her face, as if this trip had not been in vain. Soren was supposed to help settle and persuade Alice, and find ways to get the core knowledge she had mastered or trade it. But on the first day he returned to Motor City, an important thing happened. This matter was so important that he had to put aside other things, including Saruman's adventure and so on, and concentrate on dealing with this important matter first. His men were dead. The one who died was an elite of the pirates in Motor City, a half-elf pirate at the level of a small leader. The moment this loyal pirate died, it alarmed Soren. Not only because he had a high status in Motor City, but also because he was a fanatic of Soren. He was the first fanatic of Soren to die. Since Soren became a god, he had absorbed a lot of believers, but there were not many who could be called fanatics. There was no doubt. Any fanatic was an important wealth for the gods. Even if the soul of this fanatic was not pure enough, the gods would not be stingy to promote a fanatic. The dead pirate's name was Mano, an inconspicuous name. He had participated in the Battle of the White Dragon and followed Soren to the Treasure Island. He was not strong. His profession level was only about 12. He had always been a middle-level officer in Motor City. This time, he was sent to the Wind Spear Hills to accept a mission. At the moment of his death, Soren had a strong feeling. The next moment, he passed the matter to Gloria with his mind, and then directly teleported to the center of the Great Temple. The gods had their own obligations. Soren's figure appeared in the temple. He looked at his own statue in front of him, then activated the holy form, and used a little divine power to infuse his spirit into the statue. Then, a hazy figure rose. It was Soren's shadow, and it also represented the incarnation of his soul, to guide the souls of believers. The Avatar crisis had officially begun, and the role of the kingdom of God had been greatly weakened. If ordinary believers died, Soren would not care too much, because these souls might be guided to the kingdom of God by themselves, or they might fall to other lower planes because their faith was not pure enough. The more souls in the kingdom of God, the better. The scope of a god's kingdom was limited, and the resources were also limited. Only the greater the power of the god, the more resources there would be in the kingdom of God. Therefore, devout believers and fanatics were always the priority. The soul of a fanatic could not be left to fate. When Soren realized that one of his fanatics had died, he immediately separated a trace of the god's incarnation to guide the soul of this believer. This was not a real incarnation, but a temporary incarnation of energy. Mortals could not see it with the naked eye. If it was not the time of the Avatar crisis, the soul of such a fanatic would generally be guided by the God's servant from another world. But now, because the situation inside the kingdom of God was unclear, the gods were basically disconnected from the kingdom of God, and there was almost no way to contact the God's servant from another world. In this case, Soren could only guide the believers himself. And it was also troublesome to find a place for the soul of a fanatic. Since the connection to the kingdom of God was disconnected, Soren could not easily send the soul of a fanatic into the kingdom of God for reincarnation, and the soul could not maintain its form for a long time. But no matter what should be done next, Soren could not let the soul of his fanatic go without a home. A sacred light appeared. Soren's projection disappeared from the temple in an instant, and the next moment, his figure appeared in the Wind Spear Hills. In front of him were more than 10 demon corpses, and 3 of them were obviously soldiers of the Mordor city. One of them was already dying and could die at any time. His pupils had been dilated, but when Soren's projection appeared, his dim eyes burst into an amazing brilliance. His lips moved slightly, but he had no strength to make any sound. The last 2 words he said were, "My lord." Chapter 763. Am I going to die? Mano felt that the power in his body was losing little by little with the blood. His consciousness gradually began to fade, and breathing became more and more difficult. The approaching death made the pain in his body gradually fade. He had begun to lose consciousness, but the power of faith made his spirit condense. He felt that a huge force was calling him. That was the glory of divinity. This was a very ordinary battle. Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the battle between humans and demons had begun. As an officer in charge of the defense of the Wind Spear Hill, it was not the first time Mano fought with demons, but this time he did not expect the number of enemies to be so large, and they had no time to retreat and ask for help. They won. This seemed to be a matter of course because the city of Mordor had never failed. They had their own pride, which belonged to the powerful force of Mordor. Even if the opponent was far more numerous and powerful than them, they still won in the end. Yes, they won. Just like when they followed His Excellency Soren to kill the White Dragon, followed His Excellency Soren to defeat the other pirate kings, and followed His Excellency Soren to Treasure Island. The army of Mordor was invincible. Mano felt that the vitality of life was leaving his body. His injuries were very serious. Breathing became so difficult. He tried to open his mouth to comfort his sad comrades, but in the end he could not make a sound. These were all comrades who fought side by side with him. He did not expect that he would have to go to see his old brothers who had died in battle so soon. As a fierce pirate, Mano was not afraid of death. He just had a little regret in his heart, because he had not witnessed the rise of Mordor to stand at the top of the world. He firmly believed that Mordor would become the greatest city in the material plane. It was full of hope and future. They had killed all the demons, but they also paid a heavy price. Only 3 people from a team of 12 finally rushed out of the encirclement. Relying on excellent equipment and tactics, they killed more than a dozen demons that chased them out. The comrades around him were already scarred. Death was getting closer and closer to Mano. He was so weak that he could not breathe, and his consciousness was gradually fading. This kind of injury was almost incurable, unless there was a high-grade priest who could cast Restore on the spot, but it was almost impossible now. He simply couldn't hold on until then. The arrival of death made his spirit sublimate. His faith gathered the power of his soul. The moment his consciousness completely dissipated, he saw a golden light descending from the sky. A great golden figure appeared in front of him, smiling as he extended his hand. "My lord." Mano used the last of his strength to move his lips, but no sound came out. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Death was coming. However, this was not the end for him, but a new beginning. Soren's figure floated in the air. His expression didn't change much, and he wasn't sad because of the death of a fanatic. To him, this was just a new beginning. Manua's mortal life had come to an end. However, What he was about to welcome was a new life, a new beginning. Mortals were unable to see him at this moment. The warrior in front of him, who was holding Manos' cold body, let out an angry roar. Then he madly slashed the demon's body with his weapon, as if he was venting his anger. Another person slowly closed Manos' eyes, and then dragged his tired body towards the forest in front of him. Their fallen comrade was still in the forest. Soren silently watched all of this. When Manos' life force completely dissipated, he slowly extended his hand, and then gently waved his hand. A hazy soul rose from the body and floated into his palm. Little bits of golden light appeared. This hazy soul gradually sublimated under Soren's divine light, and the gray traces on the soul gradually faded away. Gradually, it emitted a faint golden light. As a fanatic, he was qualified to receive the power bestowed by Soren. Soren's figure rose into the air. He waved his hand towards the forest in front of him, and then 9 other hazy souls fell into his palm. These souls also began to change after falling into Soren's palm. Little bits of gray traces disappeared, and traces of blood-red light faded away. It didn't matter if they were good or evil when they were alive. After their death, the light on their souls was wiped away by Soren. All of this karma was borne by Soren. This way, they could offset the pull of these souls from the lower planes. There were only 2 places for evil. One was the lower planes that contained the Bator Inferno and the bottomless abyss. The other was the kingdom of the god they believed in. Soren was bearing their karma. Only by bearing the divine light that represented karma as a god could he allow these souls to be reincarnated into his kingdom. Little bits of white light appeared. Unlike Manos' soul, the other souls turned white when they came into contact with Soren's divine light. Their good and evil deeds were wiped away, and they were now neutral souls. The lower planes would not be able to guide their souls, and Soren could freely arrange where they would go. These souls were not fanatics. They were Soren's followers. They were loyal, but not devout enough. If Soren did not appear, these souls would have been led to the underworld and distributed by the servants of death. If Soren's kingdom was functioning normally, the god's emissaries would periodically take a portion of the souls from the god of death and lead them to the god's kingdom. Only the souls of fanatics and legendary professions could directly alert the god's emissaries and the god himself. Chapter 764. Half-Elven Temple. When the 10 souls had been cleansed by the power of faith in the temple, Soren began to extract the accumulated power of the temple. With a wave of his hand, he opened a crack between the spiritual realm and the material realm. After all, the souls of the believers were not real life forms. Soren could not directly turn them into petitioners in the material realm, so he kept the characteristics of the souls and did not create a new body for them. The creation of petitioners was very similar to the blood pool reincarnation in the bottomless abyss. Many gods use similar tools to convert the souls of their believers into new life forms. The quality of the other 9 souls was not good enough. However, as a fanatic of Soren, Manos' soul was quite pure. He was the kind of person who had a firm belief. If he did not die in the hands of the demons, then it was possible for him to become a high-grade profession, or even become a legendary profession in the future. Considering that most of his current fanatics were still alive, and this was the first follower who had died and returned to his side in the form of a soul, Soren finally thought about it, and stretched out his finger to tap on Manos' soul. 1 point of divinity was injected into the pale golden soul. My lord! As the light of divinity appeared, Manos' soul immediately changed greatly. It almost formed a physical body. However, this was only a half-physical body in the form of a heroic spirit. It was similar to a high-grade vengeful spirit. It could change between reality and illusion, but it was still a spirit in nature. The memories of the previous life had almost disappeared with the reincarnation. Currently, only a small part of Manos' memory was left. His faith began to become pure, and part of his fighting skills from the previous life would also be retained. Soren used his own divinity to turn him into a heroic spirit guardian of the temple. This kind of existence was similar to the great turmoil in the City of Wealth. At that time, the Temple of Wealth had a Saint Cardinal who was responsible for guarding it. He was also a fanatic cultivated by the Lady of Wealth. Your task from now on is to guard this place. A newborn heroic spirit needed to be relearned in a similar way to an adult with amnesia. Everything from the previous life had become a memory of the past. His task from now on was to follow Soren. If Soren were to fall, the heroic spirits that served him would fall as well. However, as long as Soren didn't die, these heroic spirits were almost immortal as well. Even if they died, Soren could find a way to revive them. This was because when Soren created him, he had already left behind the soul brand of his believer. Everything ended quickly. The high priestess watched everything silently. When Soren was done, she said, "My lord, these souls can be temporarily placed in the shrine. But if more and more believers die, I'm afraid the number of souls that the temple can hold will become quite limited. Besides, it's very difficult for the temple to support so many souls. After all, the temple was not a divine kingdom. The kingdom of God was an independent plane. It could draw elemental energy from other worlds, but the temple was completely supported by faith. Soren might have no problem placing 10 souls there. But what if there were 1,000 or 10,000 souls? The Avatar crisis was about to break out completely. Even the city of Mordor would not be able to escape this crisis. In the future, more and more believers would die. Without being able to connect to the kingdom of God, Soren could either leave these believers alone, or he couldn't find a way to settle them down. For a god, the number of souls that needed to be received was very large. If Soren left the souls of these believers alone, then he would have no foundation after the end of the Avatar crisis. So he had to find a way to settle the souls besides the kingdom of God. I know. Soren's expression gradually became dignified. As a new god, he was still imperfect in many aspects. This time, it was the death of the fanatics that alarmed him. Otherwise, for a long time, if his believers died, they could only go to the underworld and wait for the emissary of the kingdom of God to receive them, or flow into the river Styx, or be reincarnated to other planes. This was an invisible waste of resources. After all, many of Soren's believers were warriors of the city of Mordor. Most of these souls were good. After reincarnation in the kingdom of God, they could be used as combat power. In the future, if there was a war with other gods, the souls of Soren's believers could directly turn into an army. Let me think about it. Settling the souls of the believers became a top priority. Soren pondered for a while and said, "You stay in the temple. I may have a way to try." After that, Soren waved his hand again and took away a soul. That was the soul of a young warrior. Because of death, his consciousness had been blurred. Many souls were led to the river Styx in this way, and in the end, they couldn't remember anything. Interplane teleportation. With a magic aura, Soren's figure appeared in the bottomless abyss. As the plane barrier became weaker, it became much easier for Soren to go to the lower plane. However, the lower plane was very dangerous. A god with a high stealth ability like him was fine, but other gods were more dangerous here than in the material plane. The Abyss Blood Pool. This was Soren's goal. He had a very bold plan in mind, and this plan had been considered since the beginning. But today he still needed to test it. A long time ago, Soren had considered descending his kingdom into the bottomless abyss. At present, his kingdom couldn't be connected, so naturally, there was no way to descend. When the Queen of Spiders descended into his kingdom, she was a mid-level god. Now, Soren had less than a 10% chance of not being attacked by others. His plan today was another one. Soren was going to use the Abyss Blood Pool to test the reincarnation of the believers. He wanted to see if he could directly turn them into demonic petitioners. This was something he had experience in. Because he had a powerful demon incarnation, his understanding of the demonic bloodline was much higher than many gods. Transforming a single soul required a lot of power. But now that he couldn't rely on his kingdom, he had to try it himself. A little white light appeared. What Soren wanted to do now was similar to a high-level demon. Some high-level demons, after obtaining high-quality souls, would not only use them to increase their power, but also turn them into their own subordinates. In short, this was a way to reshape the soul with the power of the bottomless abyss. There were two kinds of soul reincarnation. One was reincarnation through the abyss blood pool, which was the most common way. The other was direct reincarnation. Some of the strong souls would not go through the abyss blood pool to become demons. This required the power of the laws of the bottomless abyss. What Soren wanted to do now was to use his own power to create a petitioner. The power to create a petitioner could not rely on the laws of the bottomless abyss, so he needed to pay with his own soul energy, or slaughter EXP. Divine power points, soul energy, slaughter EXP. These three could be transformed. Soren could directly use slaughter EXP to convert divine power points in his divine form, but the ratio was too large. Saint form. As the soul of the believer emerged from Soren's palm, he also entered the saint form. Then his slaughter EXP and divine power points began to be consumed little by little. He began to create a demon body for the soul of the believer. Of course, this required the help of the demon incarnation, because Soren was going to directly use a trace of the bloodline power of the demon incarnation as the core to create a demon. In the past, the Tanaree demons were created by the demon Orbis in this way. As a god, Soren was also qualified to try to create a new kind of life. As long as it was not a change in life form, the gods could still do it. In the past, the great arcanists tried to create many work creatures. Note: The Origin of the Work Creatures, Volume 1 Prologue. Reshaping the body with the soul was definitely easier than directly transforming the body. Because the plasticity of the soul was the highest in the material plane, many souls could reincarnate on their own after falling to the lower planes. If Soren could create a new kind of demon, in the future, he could synchronize the reincarnation of all the petitioners after the kingdom of God descended to the bottomless abyss. The reincarnation of the believer's soul was not necessarily in human form. Some elves would become Ents after going to the kingdom of God, and some humans would become subsky angels after going to the kingdom of God. Soren killed the god of the hunt, Malor. Most of the petitioners in his kingdom were intelligent beasts, and these beasts were all reincarnated from believers of other races. In the kingdom of the Father of the Oak, there were many droll believers who died and reincarnated into Ents. Note: The Mystery of the Kingdom of God, Volume 3, The Form of the Petitioners. Chapter 765. Galumba Arena. Because of the rise of the demon incarnation, Soren also had a foothold in the abyss. The inside of the arena was the core area that was completely controlled by the demon incarnation. As for the towns built outside, they were managed by the demons. The most important thing in the abyss was power. As long as the demon incarnation's power could suppress the demons, then there would be no problem with power or wealth. Recently, the Galumba Arena was preparing for a large-scale death battle. The contestants participating in the battle were operated by the Yugalos. Not only did it include demons, devils, demons, and so on, but there were also elders from the elemental plane and humanoid creatures from the outer plane. This time, the battle even attracted a small number of tourists from the first layer of the abyss and the Shura realm. Watching the death battle was one of the few ways to entertain in the abyss. Personally participating in the battle was undoubtedly quite dangerous, and the Galumba Arena provided high-grade and above creatures to battle. Even for a legendary demon, this was a commendable form of entertainment. There was a more important point. The winner of the arena could often gain fame and status. Soren's way of operating in the dark was like this. He used fame and status to tempt high-grade powerhouses to join the death battle. Often, the winner of each battle could quickly gain fame through the Galumba Arena. Even the spectators who came to watch could spread their fame to the circle of demons, devils, other layers of the abyss, and even some circles of the Bator Inferno. Recently, even the powerful demon leaders nearby would come. For the winners of the arena, they didn't mind using better conditions to tempt them to become their subordinates. Fame. Profit. As long as they won in the Galumba Arena, they could immediately gain rich rewards, and their fame could easily spread out. In this way, fame and profit were satisfied. It was precisely because of this that the Garuba Arena had recently attracted demonic mercenary groups from other dimensions. They hoped to use the arena to make a name for themselves, and there were many demonic groups that had earned their own titles. Ripper Rager Bloodhand, such a title wasn't just for fun. To a large extent, it represented the corresponding status. Recently, there was even a newly risen soul catcher demon lord. He was a demon lord weaker than Sauron, and his territory was still far from Sauron's. In order to attract enough demons to submit to him, this legendary-level soul catcher demon lord personally participated in the death arena and recruited a group of demon subordinates and demon mercenaries. Sauron was setting the rules here. The most important thing at the moment was order. He needed to ensure that the order here would not be disturbed by any outsiders. This was also a tradition of Galumba Arena. Traditions were often very important. There was a small blood pool in the depths of the Galumba Arena. Blood pools were important reserve resources for demon lords because they could not always use their own power to transform souls after obtaining excellent souls. At this time, it was very important to use blood pools. This blood pool was very small. It was only about 5 meters in length and width. It was far smaller than the huge blood pool guarded by the Mother of Worms. The original Goblin Demon Lord used it to transform souls to enrich his army. At this moment, the demon incarnation rose from the magma and came to the side of the blood pool. Recently, the demon incarnation was preparing to break through the realm of Baelor Demon. For a long time, the demon incarnation needed to stay inside the volcano next to the arena and use the power of the magma to fuse with the power of the demon lord. Finally, it would evolve into a Baelor Demon. The demon lord could form a virtual divinity of a region, just like the control of a legendary wizard's virtual divinity in their own demiplane. What the demon incarnation was doing now was just like how a legendary wizard assimilated the laws of the demiplane. It was slowly assimilating the power of the laws in the territory it controlled. Let's begin. Soren slowly threw out the soul in his hand. The moment it touched the blood pool, a mysterious force full of unknown forces began to work. The soul was gradually distorted, and then it was assimilated by the blood pool and transformed into a mass of flesh and blood. The abyssal worm was taking shape. This soul was not very good. It had not reached the level of directly advancing to a middle or high demon. The abyssal worm was the basic form of all the monsters in the lower planes. It could even be said that it contained the original form of all the mutated genes of all demons, devils, and evil creatures. The abyssal worm could be used as currency in the lower planes. Whether it was demons, devils, or evil creatures, they could use the abyssal worm to hatch into their own kind. The future growth of the abyssal worm depended on the activation of the mutated tree, and then it would mutate into the basic form of demons, devils, or evil creatures. Every evolution of their own form was equivalent to starting from scratch. For example, if a level 10 Dretch evolved into a berserk demon, its level might be reduced to about level 7. However, its strength would definitely be stronger because of the difference in the basic form. The reduced part of the soul energy was used to reshape the body, and the extra power could be used to increase the level of the berserk demon. This was common to most demons, devils, and evil creatures. This was an incredible life form. The foundation of all this was because of the strong plasticity of the soul. Skip the abyssal worm form. Soren waved his hand and began to output his slaughter EXP. He directly used his divine power to help the soul of this believer break through the abyssal worm form. In the blood pool, a mass of flesh began to twist and change. Originally, it was about to become an abyssal worm, but soon the outline of a small humanoid creature appeared. The Dretch form. The starting point of all demons, the Dretch had the genetic tree to evolve into all demons. The blood pool in the bottomless abyss directly activated the basic genetic tree of demons, and other seeds were needed to activate the other forms of the genetic tree. Skip the Dretch form. The form of a low-level demon was not in Soren's consideration at all. This was the creation mode that determined the structure of his future kingdom. If he started from such a low starting point, what was the difference between directly falling into the bottomless abyss? With the quality of this believer's soul, it was too easy to reincarnate into a Dretch. If he was lucky, there would be no problem for him to become a berserk demon. He continued to output his divine power. Soren had spent more than 100,000 slaughter EXP. However, after the Dretch form, The demon genetic tree had been activated. With Soren's vision, he could see more mysteries, including the changes of the potential demon form. Unfortunately, it was a bit vague, but Soren was not helpless. Use Slaughter EXP. Start data simulation operation. Record the mutated data of the demon form. Make the mutated model of the demon genetic tree. The ability of the divine level was activated. After the crazy flow of data, Soren's brain worked like a supercomputer, temporarily cutting off the connection with the temple and believers. Using the divine template as the foundation, he started to simulate the mutation of the demon genetic tree. Chapter 766. Gods were like supercomputers most of the time, because they needed to maintain the spiritual connection of tens of thousands of believers. Although this was with the help of the faith network, inside the magic network, the foundation of the gods themselves was still very large. And this also needed to take into account the promotion of believers, the bestowment of divine spells, the feedback of faith, and so on. Every devout prayer of a priest was a connection with the divine network. Through the sublimation of spirit and faith, the priest could receive more power from the gods and master more advanced divine spells. Wizards had to rely on themselves to learn spells. Priests, on the other hand, had to learn divine spells from the gods. There was no need to learn. As long as they reached the standard of the gods, they could master several divine spells overnight. As for their learning, it was just to use and understand these divine spells more flexibly, not to analyze the structure of these divine spells in depth like the wizards. Soren was a supercomputer. Most of his computing power was used to maintain the connection with the faith network, which still relied on the mysterious data flow in his brain. Otherwise, his mind would be numb just dealing with the prayers of believers. It was also because of this that many gods would find opportunities to slack off in the long time, because they were really tired of handling the prayers of their believers every day. Soren's ability was similar to a superintelligent AI network. The unimportant prayers of believers were completely handled by the data, and other important things would disturb him. For example, the death of a fanatic. The divine form could understand the power of the law. When Soren activated the divine form, it could basically be understood as temporarily separating the operation ability from the faith network and using it in other more important places. There was no other way. Sometimes maintaining the faith network was really a burden, but no god could completely throw it away. Divine form. It was impossible to create life in the form of a saint. When Soren activated the data simulation, he immediately used his divine power to cut into the divine template. His vision instantly understood the plane and space, and he also cracked the mutation of the genetic tree in the body of the Dretch. Deep Lurk mutation activatable. Quasit mutation activatable. Succubus mutation repel. Berserker mutation activatable. Vrock mutation activatable. Sturdy mutation activatable. Berserker demon mutation activatable. Fire demon mutation insufficient potential. Glabrizu mutation activatable. Soul judgment demon mutation activatable. Six-armed Naga mutation activatable. Assassin mutant activatable. With the crazy data flow, a genetic tree built on the Dretch form also took shape in Soren's sight. The most basic structure of the entire genetic tree was the Dretch form. Every time he leveled up, he would need more power. This power could come from other demons, or it could come from the Slaughter EXP Soren gave him. A normal demon's advancement was promoted by the power bestowed by a superior demon, or the gradual accumulation of power in the midst of slaughter. The limit of Soren's genotree was Assassin Demon and Naga Demon. Legendary Balers were not in the genotree. They were probably stronger than Soren's God Spirit template, and he needed to increase his own god power to activate them. Souls had special characteristics. Some souls were very compatible with a certain demon form, and some souls were very resistant to a certain demon form. The soul compatibility of the believer in front of him was very high. Except for the succubus form, other demon forms seemed to be possible. This was a soul seed with potential. Soren could directly promote it to a higher demon with some power. However, this was not what Soren wanted. What he wanted to create was not a demon, but a petitioner for the future kingdom of God. A petitioner based on the demon Geno tree. Soren would not go to the upper realm. Therefore, the angelic Geno tree was not in his consideration at all. At present, there was no way to obtain the angelic, beast, and treant Geno trees from the upper realm. The characteristics of the reincarnation of souls must be compatible with the laws of the realm. The petitioner must be a humanoid creature. Soren first found the first element. First of all, the residents of his kingdom of God should not be beasts, treants, monsters, constructs, or other life forms. Because the god of hunting was an intelligent beast, many of his believers were reincarnated as beasts in his kingdom. Most of the creatures in the wild were beasts. Since it was a humanoid creature, some demon forms could be ruled out. Soren's eyes finally fell on the form of the flaming demon that lacked potential. This was a good seed for power. Try to activate the flaming demon form. The demon incarnation came to the side of the blood pool, cut open his palm with his sharp nails, and injected a drop of blood essence into the flesh in front of him. The form began to change. Soren's slaughter EXP was consumed at an alarming rate, and the flesh in front of him quickly turned into a human form. At the same time, there were burning flames around the body. What I need is not the flaming demon. The flaming demon is just the basic form. I must integrate the characteristics of the petitioner. A golden light of divinity appeared in Soren's pupils. With the consumption of divine power, his whole body also floated in the air and instantly activated the power of his divinity. Change form. The flesh in front of him gradually changed. The bones, veins, and skin were all transformed under the power of the divinity. This feeling was like creating a human out of thin air. Soren used the demon incarnation as a standard to transform the reincarnation in front of him. A strong skeletal frame. It was about 2 meters tall, with a humanoid face, with a small number of demon features, dark red demonic skin, with a demon tattoo similar to that of the flaming demon. There was a powerful mutation in the demon genes. What Soren was doing now was to use his divine power to guide it in the direction he wanted as much as possible. However, something still appeared because of the demon genes. Even if he forced it to be distorted, it would only be a bad thing. Finally, after consuming a lot of slaughter EXP and divine power, a 2-meter-tall body with dark red skin, a facial outline similar to that of an elf, a demon horn on the head, and a little sarcoma on the back of the spine appeared. It looked 70 to 80% similar to the demon incarnation. The sarcoma was an unfinished demon wing. The foot was the part that Soren could not guide. It looked like the hooves of cattle and sheep. And the other parts were very similar to the demon incarnation. It took shape. The first petitioner form that Soren created with his divine power took shape after it was compatible with the power of the law of the abyss. Now it depended on whether the soul of the believer could be integrated into it. Chapter 767. The petitioner's new form was stabilizing. Meanwhile, Soren was deep in thought. As a god, there were many things he needed to consider. Death was an unavoidable fate for mortals. There were only 3 paths after death. The first was to have one's soul completely disappear, which was the most tragic outcome. The second was to fall into the river Styx and be washed into the depths of the source sea to be remolded. It was like a pile of scrap paper being crushed and made into a new piece of white paper. The third was to have one's soul reincarnate. Whether it was in the upper or lower realms, reincarnation was the best outcome after death because it represented a new possibility. Although it might be the beginning of a difficult life for the weak. There was also an absolute non-believer. These people were actually quite rare. It was rare to meet someone who had no faith at all. Pantheon was common in the multiverse. In the past few hundred years, there had been no non-believers who were plastered to the wall. In order to avoid such a fate, even those who hated the gods would recite a few sentences verbally. As long as they recited a few sentences, they would no longer be considered non-believers. The multiverse's laws were much more tolerant of these people. Most of them were souls that were washed into the source sea by the river Styx. Among reincarnations, Entering a god's kingdom was the best. If they were reincarnated in another realm, they would be like wild beasts that had no one to protect them. Their life and death depended entirely on luck. The upper realms were slightly better, but the lower realms were completely tragic. Many people who didn't have a strong enough faith, but had a clear alignment, would automatically reincarnate to other realms. The evil ones would reincarnate to the Bator Inferno or the bottomless abyss. The good ones would reincarnate to Mountain Paradise or the Paradise. Those who had a special alignment might end up in the Gray Wilderness or the Wild Wilderness. These souls who didn't have a strong enough faith were reincarnated in the wild. They would be reincarnated as wild beasts and would retain some memories based on the purity of their souls. Most reincarnated souls would retain some memories, but the proportion was relatively small. Only legendary masters could remember a little of their past life clearly after reincarnating, while holy spirits could remember most things. The soul was still the same soul. It was just that after changing its life form, it would lose part of its memories. Next, this was the most important reincarnation of the believers of the gods. This was the best place to return to. Even the followers of evil gods could have a higher starting point after reincarnation than other creatures. More importantly, they were the lambs that the gods were herding. The gods had the obligation to protect these reincarnated petitioners. They would not be killed for no reason. They had a higher starting point and could live a longer life. It was possible for them to obtain a higher status in the divine kingdom through their abilities. The divine kingdoms of the upper planes were undoubtedly very beautiful. However, very few people could enter it. Most mortals wanted to go to Mountain Paradise, but less than 1 in 10,000 people were qualified to go. Soren needed to decide on the structure of the kingdom of God. This was because his church had not yet begun to describe their God kingdom to their followers. Telling them what the inside of the God kingdom was like was a very important part of a church. Even the gods of the evil alignment would try their best to shape their divine kingdom, to make it more attractive to their believers. The Queen of Spiders was cruel, wasn't she? Although there were terrible spider elves and wax demons in her divine kingdom, there were also normal drow petitioners in her divine kingdom. They occupied the ruling position in the divine kingdom, lived a better life than the mortal world, and enjoyed the joy of enslaving many creatures in the divine kingdom. Many terrible monsters were distorted because of the punishment of the Queen of Spiders. If a drow matriarch who had faithfully pleased the Queen of Spiders entered the divine kingdom after death, she might be directly given the same status as in her previous life, and continue to serve the Queen of Spiders for a long time. This was the structure of the divine kingdom. Soren needed to consider this. The form of the main creatures in the divine kingdom was the most important part of the structure of the divine kingdom. In other words, Soren needed to consider what type of race would be the core of the divine kingdom in the future. Whether it was the undead, demons, angels, or treants, the divine kingdom must form an orderly pyramid structure. What he needed to do now was to divide the pyramid. The growth potential of the petitioners was far less than that of other creatures. Having a higher starting point would make the foundation of the divine kingdom more stable. Deactivate the divine form. As Soren retracted his divine power, the divine light that shrouded his body gradually disappeared. Using the power of divinity cost a lot, so it was best not to use it if possible. The reincarnation in front of him had taken shape. It had the bloodline ability of a demon, but it was integrated with Soren's divine power. This was the most basic sample. If Soren wanted to construct the life structure of the divine kingdom in the future, he would need it as a foundation. Data simulation starting. Calculating the potential data of the reincarnation. Although they were all humans, their attributes were different. The potential of the reincarnation needed to be estimated roughly. Soren had to figure out the potential of this form. A row of data appeared in front of him. Species: petitioner, demon modified life. Level: creature level 7. Attributes: strength 15 to 21, dexterity 18 to 25, constitution 15 to 20, intelligence 10 to 18, wisdom 12 to 18, charm 5 to 18. Natural ability: demon skin, fire resistance, otherworld life. Special ability: flame sacrifice. Data simulation completed. Following the simulation of the divine level, the potential of the reincarnation in front of him was calculated. As the basic form of otherworld life, most petitioners had a much higher starting point than mortals. However, their growth potential was slightly lower than when they were alive. If the soul was not pure enough and the body was not strong enough, many petitioners' initial abilities would be their strongest form in the future. The higher the starting point, the better. Therefore, the basic attributes of the angelic reincarnation form in the upper realm were very strong. Strength fluctuates between 15 and 21. This should be the strengthening of the demon bloodline. It's much higher than a mortal's strength. Dexterity can reach a maximum of 25 and a minimum of 18. Although it can't be compared to the angelic form, many of its abilities can reach more than 20. Its combat power should not be weak. Angelic reincarnation has high requirements for the soul. Constitution is okay. Intelligence potential is average. Perception is good. Charm is slightly lower, but it doesn't matter. The data simulation showed the highest and lowest fluctuations. Their attributes were not bad, but this was the starting point of their natural creature level 7. In other words, the moment they completed their reincarnation, they would have a natural creature level 7. This was the reincarnation done by Soren himself. If it was expanded into the kingdom in the future, their natural creature level might be lowered to around level 5, and some of their attributes might be lowered by 1 or 2 points. If that's the case, in the future, most of the petitioners in the kingdom will be able to gain around 20 points in dexterity. There were upper and lower limits to the attributes of the petitioners. For example, the range of attributes of humans was the most average among all the races. The range of all the attributes of humans fluctuated between 3 and 20 points. The lower limit was very low, but the upper limit was also very high. The advantage of the petitioners was that the lower limit was very high. There would not be any weak or mentally handicapped people. However, the upper limit of some attributes was not as high as that of humans. The highest attribute of the elves was dexterity, which fluctuated between 8 and 25 points. The highest attribute of the dwarves was constitution, which fluctuated between 10 and 25 points. The higher the attribute fluctuation, the lower the probability. A golden radiance appeared. Under Soren's power, the soul began to gradually synchronize with the body. The reincarnation that had just been completed in front of Soren was like the transformed demons in the wilderness. Its expression was quite blank, as if its self-consciousness had not been fully integrated. Many souls that were reincarnated in the abyss would wander around unconsciously for a period of time. However, as a life created by Soren, the reincarnated body in front of him recovered a trace of its memory in a short period of time. It knelt down before Soren and said, "My lord." It had forgotten many things. It could not even remember its own name. However, as a believer of Soren, it still remembered that Soren was the god it served. It also remembered the battle experience it had accumulated over a long period of time in its previous life. "Rise." Soren looked at the reincarnated body in front of him. He was a special individual with the characteristics of petitioners, but he was not assimilated by the god's kingdom, so he would not be trapped in the god's kingdom, and could not leave easily like the latecomers. "Let me see your innate ability," Soren said slowly. This reincarnated body used the bloodline of a demon's incarnation. It could be said that it had inherited a trace of the Balrog's power, but it was hard to say how much it could reach. "Yes, my lord." The reincarnated body obeyed Soren's orders. It pondered for a moment, as if it was familiarizing itself with its body. Then, a trace of fire appeared on the demon tattoo on its body, and its entire body was enveloped in a ball of fire. Body of flames? No. Its energy is decreasing. This is not the body of flames that can be activated permanently like the Balrogs. It's more like a temporary ability. Soren did not ask it to stop. The reincarnated body kept the flames burning on its body. This process lasted for about 5 minutes, and then the flames on the reincarnated body disappeared. It looked rather tired, as if it had used up a lot of energy. It really is a temporary ability. Although it's not as effective as the Balrog, it's already very powerful as an individual. The The reincarnated body's ability was similar to the halo of sacrifice. It consumed its own mana to form a ball of fire around its body. On the other hand, the flaming demon and the Balrog were permanent passive abilities. If it was necessary, the reincarnated body could be enveloped in flames. This is the initial ability. If other petitioners reincarnate in the future, what abilities and innate abilities they get will depend on the characteristics of their souls. Soren had only created a body template. The strength of the soul could bring about some other abilities, and it could also give some special abilities. These were all different from person to person. This was why the gods, demons, and devils liked the souls of the strong. Which weapon do you want to use? Although the reincarnation process was completed, the test was not over. Soren threw out many different weapons, and then said to the reincarnated body in front of him, "Try and see which one is more suitable for you." Weapon mastery. There were two conditions that determined this. One was the weapon he was used to in his previous life, and the other was the god's special inclination. Just like how Soren's priest was born with the curved sword. The reincarnated body's memory was still blank. He did not understand what Soren wanted to do, but he would carry out his orders loyally. He walked in front of the weapons, picked them up one by one, and finally chose a heavy curved sword. As expected, the petitioner's weapon inclination is influenced by the god's favorite weapon. The reincarnated body wasn't very flexible with other weapons, but he was abnormally comfortable with the scimitar. As though he felt that one scimitar wasn't enough, he picked up a second one, and could easily use it with both hands. Could it be that he has the potential to master dual-wielding? The Balrog was born with dual-wielding weapons. One was a whip, and the other was a sword. The reincarnated body in front of him seemed to have inherited the potential of dual-wielding, which meant that it would be easier for him to master the dual-wielding ability. Follow me. You need an opponent to test your combat ability. Soren needed complete and detailed data analysis and statistics. He directly brought the reincarnated body to the outside of the Galumba arena. Then the demon incarnation brought the reincarnated body an opponent. A monster level 6 berserk demon. The berserk demon weighed more than 1,800 pounds, and had an obvious advantage in strength. After receiving the order from the demon incarnation, it immediately rushed toward the reincarnated body. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly. In the moment when they clashed, the reincarnated body awkwardly dodged the enemy's attack. He was still not used to fighting. However, his agility was very high, reaching more than 20 points. This meant that he was quite flexible. Continue. Soren's expression was cold. He was not worried that the reincarnated body would die. He had enough confidence in his modified life form. If he could not even defeat a berserk demon, it meant that the reincarnated body was a failure. Clang. Rumble. Facing the berserk demon's crazy attacks, the reincarnated body began to retreat. However, after dozens of exchanges, he gradually began to counterattack. He even successfully stabbed the berserk demon's neck. His combat ability from his previous life was awakening. It was as if he was born with some simple combat skills. The situation gradually changed. The reincarnated body quickly discovered his advantage and began to use his extraordinary agility to fight the enemy. The berserk demon's injuries were getting worse. When a flaw appeared in its attack, the reincarnated body roared and stabbed the enemy's heart with his curved sword. The battle ended. The reincarnated body looked very miserable. His body was covered in mud, but he was not injured at all. Looks like I succeeded. His potential is greater than I thought. Maybe I can use him as a blueprint for the future kingdom of God. Thinking of this, Soren could not help but look at the reincarnated body in front of him with satisfaction. The future. The core of the kingdom of God's army would be like this. PS 2-in-1. Chapter 768. The light of dawn rose. Gloria slowly stood up, moved her slightly uncomfortable arm, then reached out and stroked her abdomen. Her expression was a little confused and dazed. After all, the physical fitness of a wizard was not comparable to that of a melee profession. Seeing Gloria get up from the heavy pile of books, Alice also stood up and moved. On the 1.5-meter-high pile of books was the divine doll Chrissy, who was sleeping. Next to her was the doll-maid group, who was busy organizing pieces of white paper full of dense characters. Sister Gloria, have you finished your research on the magic-powered device? Alice stretched her waist beautifully, and the girl's beautiful curves were immediately exposed. She looked a little tired and said slowly, I have completed 1/3 of the structural analysis of Thaling. I think I can finish it in a week. It was a wise choice to come to Mordor. Alice thought so in her heart. Soren and Gloria were not difficult to get along with. Although fallen, which looked a little dangerous, they did not particularly reject her. The most important thing was that there were many things in Mordor that were very attractive to her. As a legendary puppeteer, all her energy was now devoted to the study of magic-powered devices and Thaling rune life. The two sides had some exchanges, and they felt that they had gained something after just a few days of getting along. Alice felt that she could consider making a Thaling rune life herself after completing the study of Thaling. Gloria also gained a lot. Alice mainly provided the technology of miniaturization of rune life and how to use the abilities of the rune life. It was all knowledge that Alice found in the ruins of the Arcane Empire. Unfortunately, the library she found at that time was seriously damaged, and some of the knowledge had been lost. At present, the research work of the elemental furnace was mainly handed over to Fallen Witch. They were responsible for the advanced rune life. Soren hoped to build a powerful golem army, and the two legendary witches had put a lot of effort into this. Yes, it's almost done. Gloria withdrew her hand from her abdomen and said slowly, I'll give you the structure of part of the spell models this afternoon. With that, she walked out of the room. After walking out of the laboratory, Gloria placed her white palm on her abdomen again. She frowned slightly and murmured, Why is it that I can clearly feel the aura of a new life, but there's no movement in my stomach at all? Could it be that they aren't bred according to the lifespan of mortals? Different species. The cycle of reproduction was naturally different. Humans took 10 months to conceive, elves took 1 year and 3 months, dwarves took about 12 months, and orcs only needed 8 months. As for the other humanoid species, their reproduction speed was even faster. Gnolls only needed 6 to 7 months, while goblins needed around 3 months. Sometimes they could give birth 3 times a year. The difference between other oviparous life forms was even greater. The lizardmen and kobolds reproduced very quickly, but they also needed time to hatch. Generally speaking, goblins and kobolds were the easiest to reproduce among intelligent creatures. They could give birth to at least 2 waves in a year. A half-elf's pregnancy cycle was 11 months. Under normal circumstances, Gloria's stomach should be bulging by now. However, there was no change in her belly at all, and her figure was still so graceful. The only explanation was that this child was not calculated according to the lifespan of a mortal. If it wasn't calculated according to the lifespan of a mortal, the time needed would be very difficult to estimate. Goddess of Agriculture. She was the goddess that Soren had an alliance with. She was the descendant of a true god. Her mother was Mother Gaia, and her father was the god of light. She was born in Mother Gaia's stomach for hundreds of years. A true god who was born with minor divine power. Gloria was a little distressed now, but also a little relieved, because the current situation was really not conducive to the birth of the child. The outbreak of the Avatar crisis was getting more and more intense, and they themselves were not in an absolutely safe environment. While there was still some time, Gloria got up and went to check on Vivian. The little princess of Mordor City had an independent courtyard, and the gate was guarded by a huge Quetzalcoatlus. Lulu had recently been learning combat skills from a drow warrior. Therefore, no one usually came to this courtyard. Gloria had also specially set up a formation to prevent others from affecting Vivian's fusion with the godhead. She walked into the spacious courtyard. The Quetzalcoatlus, who was in charge of guarding the door, looked up at Gloria for a moment, and then very meekly lowered its head. Gloria stood outside the door and took a few glances before leaving. Fusing with divinity wasn't an easy task, and Soren had set up a protective barrier around the room. Compared to the fallen witch, who was focused on research, Gloria still needed to deal with the affairs of Mordor City regularly. She was the mistress of Mordor City. In the absence of Soren, Gloria needed to approve the documents in the council hall every week and regularly deliver Soren's plan to the officials of Mordor City. Although it was rumored that the relationship between Soren and Princess Anna was very ambiguous, the only mistress of Mordor City was Gloria. She was very popular in Mordor City. At this time, the sky had gradually brightened, and there was the sound of patrolling guards changing shifts outside. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the northwest sky. This light was like a meteor streaking across the sky. In the process of falling, there was a violent collision. An incomparably powerful force was affecting the elements of the material plane. Even the distant sky seemed to have some traces of distortion. What is this? Gloria's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, she appeared on the astrology platform. She looked at the distant sky and murmured, "It's not a meteor. This is definitely not a meteor that fell from the astral realm to the mortal world. It's a bit like a god. Could it be?" Gloria seemed to think of something, and her face changed slightly in an instant. At the same time, many beings in the material plane sensed this scene, and they all looked up at the horizon in the northwest at the same time. Then they began to ponder with a solemn expression. The Northwest Wilderness. This was very close to the Orc tribe. Since the outbreak of the war during the Ilma's Empire, the influence of the Orc gods in the material plane had become weaker and weaker. The number of orcs in the material plane was not large, and they were not even as large as the dwarves. They just occupied a relatively barren land to reproduce. For the orcs in the material plane, they were a group of abandoned people, because the Orc god's energy was in other worlds, and they did not pay much attention to this plane. There was not only one main material plane in the boundless sea of the astral realm. The gods in the Pantheon Temple had scattered their faith to many places in the multiverse. The existence of other material planes was certain, but it was not easy to get there, especially after the Sigil City was closed. In order to maintain the control of faith in a certain plane, some gods would even seal the space to prevent others from finding it. The country of dragons was a good example. There were many small planes in the multiverse controlled by the dragons. The dragon god divided these places into private areas for dragons to reproduce. The brass dragon princess who signed a contract with Soren came from these planes. Note: The Legendary Dragon Kingdom, Volume 1, Dragon Island. Rumble. The light in the sky finally fell, and it directly smashed a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 miles in the northwest wilderness. The surrounding space was distorted. A large amount of energy escaped, and immediately attracted many wild beasts. The terrifying energy impact caused the space to crack. In those pitch-black space cracks, one could occasionally see another world, an incomparably vast primeval forest, or an endless expanse of grassland. Oh! The figures of a pack of wolves appeared. When the terrifying light fell, the explosive impact instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. A pack of wolves that were active in the northwest wilderness came here. The eyes of the alpha wolf glowed with a faint green light, and it led the pack of wolves to the depths of the light. Strands of invisible energy dissipated. This energy constantly flowed into the bodies of the wild beasts, and soon, some incredible changes happened to them. Their expressions became more and more human, and their eyes became more and more lively. They even constantly communicated with each other as they moved forward. Yes, they were communicating with each other, as if they were intelligent creatures. A speck of holy silver-white light appeared. In the periphery of the northwest wilderness, the hazy incarnation of the Lady of Silvermoon appeared here, and behind her was the moon gate that was slowly closing. The god of the hunt, Malor. The Lady of Silvermoon's expression was quite dignified at the moment. She looked at the falling light in the distance and murmured, "Has his kingdom fallen? But why did it fall to the mortal world?" His kingdom was not destroyed in the astral plane, but fell to the material plane. Is all of this a coincidence? The Lady of Silvermoon fell into deep thought. While she was thinking, a powerful attraction came from the depths of the northwest wilderness, constantly attracting the wild beasts around. The closer these wild beasts were to the depths of the wilderness, the more obvious their wisdom became. In the end, even the figure of the winter wolf appeared. Intelligent beasts. This was the power of the god of the hunt, Malur, and the divine power he had accumulated over a long period of time. When Soren killed the demigod vampire, the kingdom of the original god of half-elves and rogues had begun to fall. After the death of this weak god, the kingdom was quite unstable, and it was almost on the verge of falling. At that time, Soren took over the priesthood, and soon officially became a god, which prevented the original kingdom of the half-elves from falling. Note: when officially becoming a god, Soren connected to the original kingdom of the half-elves and received divine feedback. The god of the hunt, Malur, was dead. He died in the hands of Soren, and Soren did not inherit his core priesthood. Malur was an intelligent beast, and his kingdom was also composed of personal knowledge. It was not as balanced as the kingdom of the Lady of Silvermoon. In addition to war-creatures, elves and humans, it also accepted some other forms of life. The kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malur, only accepted one form. That was beast form. The god of the hunt, Malur, was in the form of a beast, so if the believers in his kingdom were reincarnated as intelligent beasts, almost most of the petitioners were beasts after reincarnation. His kingdom was very close to the gray wilderness plain. If a god fell, the divine kingdom would gradually collapse. The speed at which this happened could be fast or slow, mainly depending on the structure and size of the divine kingdom. There was also a moment when a plane would meet its end. If no one took over the divine kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malur, then the divine kingdom would gradually fall. It could hit some planes in the astral plane, or it could collapse and be destroyed directly in the astral plane. What happened in front of them was a very small probability. The kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malur, fell into the mortal world, and it was not completely destroyed. The remaining power of the kingdom turned the northwest wilderness into a half-bit wall structure. The kingdom became a temporary half-bit wall attached to the northwest wilderness of the main material plane. This process, it would continue until the power of the kingdom was exhausted, and then the half-bit wall formed here would gradually disappear. This kind of thing had happened before. The dimensional fortress of the wizard city suddenly came, and the great wizard who had been wandering in the astral plane for hundreds of years returned. The half-bit wall space hit the wall of the wizard city, and formed an independent bit wall passage. This news even shocked Soren. A broken space. With a silver-white light, the figure of the Lady of Silvermoon appeared on a vast grassland. The earth had cracked. The ground in front of her cracked open, a crack that was hundreds of kilometers long, and flowing magma could even be seen in the depths of the crack. Everything around looked a little distorted, and the space was strangely broken. Metaphorically speaking, it was like a mirror that was broken and then put together again. The scene in front of her was like a reflection in a broken mirror. There were cracks at the edge of the space, and these cracks were gradually collapsing the whole world. Many corpses of beasts could be seen on the grassland. Wolves, tigers, leopards. There were some other beasts. They were not real beasts, but residents of the kingdom, petitioners of the god of the hunt, Malur. These were all intelligent beasts reincarnated from souls. Some were even very powerful, but under the disaster of the collapse of the kingdom, even the petitioners of the Holy Spirit level might not be able to survive. The whole kingdom was dying. The boundary of the bit wall was gradually shrinking. The Lady of Silvermoon glanced at the corpses of the beasts on the ground, and then moved into the depths of the grassland. She was not sure how long this kingdom could last. But before the kingdom was completely destroyed, she still had some things to do, because most of the wealth of the gods was kept inside the kingdom. The kingdom was an independent world. The laws of the bit wall here were not favorable to her, and there might be oracles and servants of the god of the hunt who survived. She had to hurry. Exploring the kingdom of another god, even if that god had already fallen, was no less dangerous than fighting an ancient red dragon alone. God knows what the hell was in the kingdom of the god of the hunt that had been running for thousands of years. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.